We should be live on YouTube now. Yep. All right, so as a quick, letting YouTube know what we're up to, today we're doing a quick pivot, and I should actually update my title. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, let me update the YouTube title. So this is ATProto can be as simple as a website. Building slides for a lightning talk. Yeah, how's it going, Ninjatron? But okay, so yeah, that is our plan for today. Title is updated over on YouTube. Should have had it updated before I went live, but whatever. And yeah, what you been up to, Ninjatron? Anything fun? All right, so yeah, we're just gonna hop right into it. What I need to do is scaffold a new slide dev project. Let's go here real quick. Let me try this. They do have an LLMs.txt. Hmm. What I was thinking is like, at some point, would generating slide presentations be something LLMs are good at? I really wonder. Hey, Elfier, it's been a long time, man. 73 months is super long, too. But yeah, been a long time since we've seen you chat. What you up to? Oh, you've been in the US for a few days? Nice. Yeah, time zones definitely don't help. And yeah, sorry things have been rough. So yeah, we're gonna leave that, shuffle that over. We'll just yeah, we'll create a new tab here. And yeah, sorry, hold on. Let me put on streamer mode for Discord. There you go, Sinksy. Now it's too hot. It is currently 32.7 degrees Celsius in this room right now. So yeah, it's rare that it's too hot for a beanie, but today is one of those days. In freedom units, that's like 90, maybe 91. All right, so here's what I want to do. I think we're going to do this with cursor too, but actually I made a mistake. We'll restart to update, sure. I wouldn't say like fully vibe coding, but I want to try something. You've been playing with Replit? Cool. All right, so we're going to create a new file. This is going to be outline.md, not putline. All right, so basically, looking at their llms.txt. And yeah, what I probably want to do is getting started, pop that out. And then here we want to go slash llms.txt. All right, so what I think I want to do is syntax guide. We're going to create a folder. Oh, that is not what I was looking for, though. So yeah, this is going to be the first time I'm really like vibe coding in this way for making slides specifically. But my goal is to grab all of this stuff God. Ideally, it would combine the whole thing into Markdown or the result before this point. Yeah. Well, we've got at least that one. And we go to docs, I think built-in layouts. And I'm not sure how well this is going to work, but I do think it's worth trying. All right, so built-in components, built-in layouts. Let's look at features here. I don't actually know what MDC is. I don't know if we care about any of that. All right. So what I want to do first is we want to create an outline of the presentation itself. Man, yeah, we're still pretty early into things. Boy. So yeah, maybe we can switch back to some Messijo stuff to finish out compound components. God, I gotta start using my filtered water for my ice cubes. This water tastes very ugh. So yeah, next time. At least it's cold. It's already getting too heavy-handed. All right, so then we got our intro. What is ATProto? And yeah, it's really not going to be able to build all of the content for us, but yeah, the goal is to see like how much could get scaffolded for us. Oh yeah, how you doing, Ivan? What you up to? All right, so there's Blue Sky, Graves.social. And yeah, the goal of this is to keep it under 10 minutes, I believe. Technically, it's like a hard 7 at the conference. Tomorrow, we could go 10, and it wouldn't be the end of the world. So yeah, right? We would go intro, what is ATProto? Talk about the decentralized nature and blah, blah, blah. Right, then we go into the Firehose, the Jetstream Turbo, some example WebSocket code, running the example WebSocket code. God damn it. Right, so it's just a lightning talk. I think that's basically all we need. So then, right here, let's add some context. Let's see what it does. I'm really curious if it gets even the basics. Okay, it did get the metadata up there. Oh, that's kind of nifty. Damn. All right, it's not perfect. Yeah, let's say it did fine. I'm not sure this layout end actually exists. And we've got to turn off our formatter for most of these that actually do some of that stuff. So we're going to have to turn off prettier. And hey, what's up, the bread? How you doing? So here it didn't do the cover. Interesting. All right, and then how do I actually approve it? Like, yeah, you're good. Call it good. Do I hit this button? All right, well, let's get to the bottom, and there's just one issue here. If we save, all right, it doesn't ruin it. So then, yeah, next steps. We do that. What is the getting started? All right, so we add slidev. All right, so let's make sure this runs. Okay, some of the logos, no good. It used a service. Yes, there's actually a service. Hold on. Right, api.qrserver.com, v1, create QR code, you give it a size, and then you pass it the data that you want to encode, which was just cmgriffing.com. So it's aware of that service, which is cool. That's pretty good. So then, yeah, as we continue through, so this is not accurate. What's up, Hunar? How you doing over on YouTube? It is a Chris, you see. It's a Chris without a beanie because it is 90 plus degrees in the house right now. Yeah, so it's not perfect. Yeah, this part's not accurate either. Yeah, that was pretty nice. Honestly, it's a good start. I'm not gonna say it's perfect, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Yeah, we don't need that. I may need to find another presentation I've done that has some of this boilerplate. I think it's this one. Yep. I put it into an images folder instead. And yeah, I think I'll just want to copy. So hold on, let me do this. I'm just going to copy the whole images folder, because why not? And then let's clean it up. So yeah, one password. But yeah, what's everyone up to? How you doing, Abu? We've got a today command just for that. If Nightbot ever decides to respond. There we go. And yeah, real quick, hold on. So, Elfir, thank you for that sub. Almost forgot to say thank you for the sub to Brett. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. It is super hot where I'm at right now. Yeah, it's just a lightning talk, so it'll be super chill. All right. So we can do something like that. All right, and then this is going to be one of those layouts, two calls. No, that's not right. So let me look at how I did it in this slide. Image right. Perfect. All right. It's a little much. I keep doing that. Yes. I think I want to do this, right? Copy and paste all that. Feel like the photo doesn't need to be that big, but whatever. I think it's fine. All right, so full is definitely just a little too much. I bet we can do 60. Sure. Yeah, so the thing I'm using to make the slides is called SlideEv. Yeah, I know where he's left side, for sure. Yep. Yeah, that's been a problem for devs for a long time. Just that CSS doesn't pierce the image wrapper, so instead you have to do it as inline SVG. Just one of those things. You only learn it after struggling with it for a few hours, or someone tells you. Let me get more music going. Yeah. I hope Zed wasn't upset we, hijacked his chat to debug that. I didn't have audio on, so I didn't hear anything he might have said. I hope he was okay with it, though. Yeah, it's way better than PowerPoint, for sure. Uh, I mean, left side, that's fine. I don't even remember that part of the misunderstanding. Yeah, I don't even remember that part. I think it's fine. God, it is fucking hot. 33.4. I'm so miserable right now. It's too hot. It's too hot. I know, right? Oh, so soon. And wait, maybe I forgot already. Are you up here in the Northwest too? Yeah, tomorrow gets way nicer. Oh, you live on the East Coast? Okay. So you guys are actually going to be getting some cooler weather too? Nice. All right. So what we want to do next is we probably need to find some AT protocol images to help explain some of this. They're pretty light on imagery. I feel like I've seen some good images, but I don't remember where. I think they were like it's when they had the ATProto conference. Someone had some good images there. How are the slopes in Washington? Really good. It's going to be so. This talk is a practice run, so it'll be at Seattle JS. We are hoping to record it. Someone reached out to me to do that. Hopefully it turns out all right there. But then I'm actually not sure if Cascadia JS Lightning talks are online. I think the main stage is online, but I don't know if the Lightning talks are. So that I don't know. And yeah, I've heard Vermont's pretty much the best skiing you can get on the East Coast. So, yeah, probably worth checking out. Let's look at their blog, maybe. What's up, Christopher? Yeah, you don't even follow the channel, and you're already being kind of weird. As a first message of the day, as one of only 15 messages you've ever sent. It's just a little weird. Even then, they're going to get a weird look. Hmm. We have a pretty big overlap with Clonk, but could have been both. Pretty sure the bread hangs out with Last Miles quite a bit. Yeah, really light on imagery. Oh, an AT protocol is 2 words. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'd say this is fine. Can I paste it into this folder? Yeah, I can. All right. All right. So the ATProto diagram. That needs to go into one of these slides. I don't know if I want to do cover. And yeah, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? You're doing better than yesterday? Nice. All right, let's see that in our slides, right? And instead, let's do this. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like this. Yeah. I mean, one thing to remember is that this is being built with something that allows you to do HTML this way. Markdown doesn't inherently do that, but certain platforms will parse it that way. Like you can do standard HTML inside of GitHub flavored Markdown. You can do it inside of this slide tool. But I'm not sure that native Markdown supports HTML by default. I think it's just something tooling has started doing. Yeah, I kind of like that. I don't mind it getting kicked down a little bit. Who stole the beanies? No, and it's just too hot right now. 33.5 degrees Celsius. I feel like Manny from that episode of Black Books. It can't hit 95. If it hits 95, I'm in real trouble. Yeah, exactly. It's just too hot in this room. August is the hottest day or hottest month of the year for Washington State. Now, let's double check. If we go to ATProto, I didn't realize it was actually started within Twitter. All right, so then, hey. All right, so then what I want to do is constrain that quote. Hayes modem AT commands when you read ATProto. Interesting. What if I do this? All right, so yeah, ATProto can be as simple as a WebSocket, getting started with the AT protocol. I don't think we need that. I feel like something could be better on this slide. Maybe I just go with the image on the right thing again. Hmm. I like that. Yeah, I think that'll work. We could do image left with it. Hmm. I want to make it like a little bit smaller. Like I want to make it fit. Hmm. Pretty fuzzy. Hmm. Here's what we'll do. We'll edit it with Affinity Photo, and we'll just add some space around it instead. I think that'll do what we want. Just a little bit more. So then edit document, resize canvas from the center. It's really not very big. Let's just add, I don't know, 300 to each side. Nah, yeah, we're good. Yeah, Affinity's great. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, it looks fantastic, actually. So, yeah, all right. So we go like that. We split it. What is the AT protocol? Authenticated protocol transfer. Let me go look at the docs for SlideDev again. Oh, so it's not even that. Like, it is a WebSocket. To listen to it, you literally open a WebSocket connection. Ah, so quote is probably not what I was looking for. Oh, we do see quote. Instead of quote, maybe fact. Wait, why did my phone wake up on me? Eh, weird. Oh, cool. Yeah, someone's stoked on my NeoVim extension. Yes. Yeah, I think quote still fits better. Um, Something like that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, so then after that, we go to diagram here, and honestly, I should look at what color this is. Like, can I get access to that color nice and easy? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if we could just do color primary. Nope. All right, so then to the next slide, we'd go in and talk about this a bit. Yeah, let's do this. We need logos for these, but platforms built on top of ATProto. Oh, I didn't realize they were both based out of Seattle. Oh, that's cool. Interesting they don't link Skylight Social. Yeah, this is actually cool. I didn't realize there were so many of these. A roomie. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure how much time I'll actually have to go over apps built on top of it. Maybe it's the song doing that to you, Lithium. I'll bump it up. We'll get a better song going. Oh, yeah, dude. 33.9 in this room right now. 93. 93 in this room. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, back when I was like in Algebra 2 trig class or something. I forget what class it was. I took some math class, but one of our projects was to create a graph and the formula for Celsius to Fahrenheit. And this is like old school. So this is back like 2001. So Wikipedia was there, but it wasn't great. That kind of stuff. Ugh, man, it's hot. Yeah, I hate the heat. I'd much rather be cold than hot. There you go, the bread. All right, so yeah, we're just double checking what some of these other things are, and then we'll try and figure out. Hmm. Hmm. So yeah, we're not going to call out all of these, but I think some of the ones near the top, for sure. Yeah, very cool though. So let's get back tip top. And we'll probably break it down into a similar grouping. And maybe, right, photo sharing is a separate thing. No, I think photo and video are the same category. Uh, Give me my super maven. You're gonna stop doing my auto completions. All right, so that image is no good. What we want to do... Did we pop open Spark? Okay, so Flashes... Where's their website? Hmm. All right, so Spark logo and Spark image. We'll go in there first. So let's see that page now. Yeah. I like this so far. Are any of these actually live? They don't have an actual website. I know, yeah, a lot of these are just really, really bad for discoverability. And yeah, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over there? Skyloat. Different thing. Could also just screenshot this after editing that. That could work. And at least it's their font. I kind of like that. All right, so Skylight full logo, and then is this a GIF? It's a YouTube video. Hmm. Oh, there's a shitload of apps. Oh, wow. Okay. Hmm. Well, that's good to know. Um, let's try this. All right, so then we'll add Skylight to the list. Because why not? So then let's see how it looks in the page. Hmm. Honestly, the W fold didn't look too bad. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll add one more. I guess pink sky. Let's close a bunch of these as well. See, I'll do this and call that good. Did they do that? As a background image? Oh, weird. Yeah, they did. All right. Let me just grab this, copy, throw it into here, paste. All right, this is pink sky logo. If I could spell. And then, yeah, we'll just, I don't know, snap this. Call it good. Oh, and we skip this song. How dare they? How dare they? Eh, it's not ideal, but we can fix it. Sure, why not? Wish they all offered better, like, media. But whatever. So then, cool. We go to the next page. And I think technically... What other stuff was there? So they broke it down into categories. What is he building? Doesn't really show you the title in a clean way, does it? Implementing a stateful database. Oops. Well, that's cool, though. Yeah, we don't need to show everything. So hold on. That is really not a lot of live people. I think it could use some work, but this is not bad. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I basically need all these slides done by tomorrow. Technically tomorrow evening, so I could still hack on them a little bit tomorrow. But I didn't put this in the right place. So yeah, live streaming. What are some of the other things that they do? Feed builders. Stop hijacking. Ah, lame. Okay, I hate it. Um, what'd they call it? Feed something or other? Man, it is hot. Dude, it is really hot right now. Ah, this water tastes terrible. All right, so feed builders, and then I don't know what's some other stuff. Ah, we definitely shout out Rumi. All right, so then let's see what these pages look like. And then here is where we go and we showcase uh, bluesky.com. No. No, and it's ATProto is what I was looking for. Um, wait, where was that showcase? Here it is. right, so what I want to do here then is layout, we'll say fat. And then the URL. So then how does that look? Um, oh. If I just give it something like 80. Oh, and it's actually because we're doing the H here. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Okay, so we haven't gotten to the code part yet, and we should very soon. Is there like a background image we should use here? All right, so we're calling it just sky. We've got layout cover here. I don't think that does what I was looking for. So hold on. I go to the top here and we look at this. We see text center. Background is just an image. Okay. Let me get more music going. Jeez, it is so fucking hot. Oh, I'm sweating so bad right now. Ugh. Definitely can't wear this shirt again until I wash it. Sometimes I'll reuse a shirt. This shirt, unreusable. Needs to be washed heavy. Just feel gross, you know? Ugh. Ugh. All right, so oh, camera did freeze. Shit. And that sucks because I have the fan up as high as it can be. Ugh. Hold on. Something else I can do here. So let me reset the camera. That was like just now, right? Or was it a while ago? I'm going to have to keep a better eye on it. All right. Camera's back. Sorry about that, everyone. Just a minute. All right, cool. $34.2. You're waiting for me to add friend face. It's like a petri dish full of disgusting germs, but they're not disgusting germs. They're friends waiting to interact with you. And maybe meet that special someone. Don't think about germs now. That's over with or something. Like, I don't have all the quotes, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, music stopped. Let me just play a different album then, maybe. But yeah, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? God, it's just so hot. But yeah, what are you up to today, Krasner? And I forget, did you want to join fantasy football this year? If so, the links are over in the fantasy football channel in Discord. Understanding convex flow problems all day. And when you say convex, you don't mean Like the database service, right? Or do you? Yeah, no worries. Just want to make sure. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? Yeah, I know, no hat. It's just too damn hot where I'm at right now. In this room, specifically, 34.3 C2F. Basically 94 degrees in this room. Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. It really sucks. But it is what it is. Nope, no AC. Here in Washington, it's incredibly rare. It's going to be a requirement when I finally buy a place of my own. Oh yeah, Shrody, I am dying. I'm literally melting. I'm gonna have to have some whiskey here soon. That's all there is to it. But what were you up to on your stream today? I saw some Svelte and Rust. So you're doing a Discord clone in Rust and Svelte, and I'm assuming you're using Tori? No desktop client, just web. Got it. Okay. I was gonna say Roomy.chat. I don't know if you remember Zayu. They used to stream a lot more. They got a job now and they're busy, but they are building this thing called Roomy.space, which is pretty cool. And it's basically a Discord built on top of Blue Sky's protocol, ATProto, which is super cool as well. But I believe they also use Svelte on the front end as well. I wonder if there's a way to detect that. All right, like, are there any artifacts in Svelte code that you can recognize pretty easily? Svelte kit preload data, there it is. Yeah, what was the artifact you noticed? Is it like all the dashes? Seems pretty common for Svelte. Svelte announcer? Ooh, what is Svelte announcer? I see Jazz Inspector. Oh, some div had that? Okay. Here it was. Yep. Yep, there it is. That makes sense. I do always think it's kind of funny that, like, yeah, a lot of these frameworks tend to have something that you can use to spot them, like, pretty easily. Like, here even, seeing the app directory probably would have been a giveaway too. I'm trying to think, like, what other frameworks do the app directory? But yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, Svelte dash whatever right here. Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's funny when you can like spot how something's made. We're looking at Roomy.chat, a Discord, I don't want to say clone, but an app inspired by Discord for the Blue Sky Network made by Zayu. I don't know if you remember Zayu. They're a streamer here on Twitch. It's been a little while since they streamed, but, you know, it's pretty cool. Like it when people make stuff. I think they got a grant from Skyseed, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so for everyone joining in from the raid, the thing that we're doing right now is, other than melting 34.3 degrees Celsius in this room, other than melting at the moment, we are building a slide deck all about how it's super easy to build for listening to the AT protocol, which is Blue Sky's decentralized protocol. So we're currently building out our slides. We had it vibe code out a little bit from an outline we made. Now we're just filling in blanks as we go. And yeah, we're at the point where we need to start doing the code stuff. So yeah, this is basically as far as we've gotten as far as polishing this thing goes. But yeah, it's feeling pretty good so far. Now, I don't think this actually works the way we expect it to. So now we need to go back to the ATProto sandbox that we made. Is this even the right URL? All right, so ATProto Firehose. How do we listen to that? It does look like that is the right URL. Cursed. Yeah, there's definitely like the memory leak, or maybe it goes above some like specific number value. But if we just reset it, there we go, it's less cursed. All right, so in my slides, let's get to the part where we're at there. Uh-oh. There be binary. Hold on. I got a notification over in Seattle JS I should check out probably. All right, there we go. You can't stand the 300 character limit on Blue Sky. So keep in mind, that's maybe just a Blue Sky imposed thing. There's all sorts of stuff built on top of ATProto that, sends video and all sorts of stuff that would be above 300 characters. Right? There's even like blogging platforms and all that. So that's just a design constraint for Blue Sky, but not necessarily for ATProto. Right? Like if we go and look at blogging, I think. Yeah, so theoretically, using White Wind. Yeah. White Wind, Blue Sky. And hold on, I do have an unban request to look at. Give me a second. If it's the one from earlier, I was probably a little too harsh. Nope, different one. Oh no, this one's definitely trolling. Yeah, they've been timed out before. Yeah, dude. No, they got banned for a reason. And it's just a link. Yeah, don't spam links into other people's chats, dude. So, yeah, denied. Easy enough. Is a link, all caps. Is a simple link, all caps. Not spam, all caps. And that's when they got banned. They could have kept their follow. But no, yeah, they're not being genuine. Goodbye. Link, 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 link. Exactly. Too tightly coupled with Blue Sky as of now? Maybe, Winnie. I don't know. I think just the comments are Blue Sky. I think that's perfect. But yeah, I don't know. There's definitely stuff you can do on top of ATProto without coupling to Blue Sky. Sounds like you need to make it. And 300 characters is pretty good. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Shrody. Appreciate you. God, it is just so hot. Nah, it's fine. It is getting hot in here. I will not take off all my clothes, though. Hot tub? No, definitely not. Yeah, stop spamming emotes, man. Yeah, sorry, Hunar, but yeah, excessive caps, excessive emotes, like, they're all kind of spammy, dude. You probably should have known that. I mean, currently, yeah, look, no cap. And yeah, I don't think CRDTs are actually a good pattern for chat either, right? Like it's typically just back and forth. CRDTs are for when you have two people modifying the same thing. And I know you could look at like a chat thread as an object be modified, but that's maybe like the worst way to build that. In the future, if you just do the song command, you'll always get a link. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, happy to share. All right, so we just took a screenshot of the binary error. So let's see this. Oh, and we should definitely time. Yeah, we should time the jumping. Gotta wait till he looks at us. Do we think we got it? Do we think we got it? I think we got it. And what's up, Jeff? How you doing? Yeah, that'll hopefully get a little bit of a kick from the stream or from the group. Perfect. I nailed it. All right. So yeah, that's good. Now, how do we actually parse the binary? Hmm. Hmm. All right, so it's definitely over in here somewhere. So it's packages API. How was I missing that? Okay. Hmm. And hold on. You used Elixir 5 years ago, hoping the clustering features will be improved, but ended up running it inside a cube container anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky part, right? Managing the cluster is more than just clustering. You know, like being able to like stop and restart individually and blah blah blah. Yeah, that's more than just like the service discovery aspect. Then we're gonna name this SDKs. All right, and then yeah. So wait, OTP could have been a cool semi-commercial cloud framework like Rails. Don't know why they failed to market it. I mean, OTP is just a protocol. Rails is a full-on framework. They're not even close to the same thing. You can implement OTP in anything. It's just a protocol. I think there's a big thing to recognize. Like, is it worth re-implementing OTP into every language that you need it? Or do you just build something that's agnostic to that part at the language level and you just serve it via something like Kubernetes? Now, OTP is still just a protocol. The implementation of it can be looked at it as the standard lib. Not even the standard lib for it. No, it just isn't. It's a set of libraries, sure. But again, those libraries can be built in anything. So sure, yes, I get it. It's less than specifically a protocol, but you could re-implement OTP in any language you want. Think about it that way. Is it worth re-implementing in every language, or should you instead build an abstraction that allows you to work with any language? And that's Kubernetes. Those things are not apples to apples. You're getting really reductive about it. They are not apples to apples. Just like saying it's a framework like Rails. Like, no. It's not an apples to apples comparison. Yeah, I don't know. Like, your comments, not that great there, Winnie. With a lack of a follow, it seems like you're just here to drum some shit up. Right? Started off comparing ATProto to ActivityPub and then complaining about Blue Sky's character limit. Like, I don't know, man. I don't like your vibe. We're not doing anything related to Elixir or OTP right now. Why are you bringing it up? Just because you want to argue about something, it seems. It's weird. But yeah, your lack of a follow betrays some intent, I think. You're not taking the stream seriously. You're just here to rile some shit up. All right. Doesn't really look like it. Our activity feed didn't update. Maybe Twitch is blowing it. Oh, no, Twitch is just blowing it. Yeah, good call. I see it over in this other spot. Yeah, no, Twitch, blowing it. I'm trying to get you in trouble. Ooh, there you go. Now let's not poke fun. Don't poke the bear. Ooh, you know what I might do instead? Let's make this an image right. You're saying the sound things are like making it way hotter in here? No, I would guess it's probably the fact that I have a stream PC, a game PC, a MacBook Air, my Mac Mini, 3 monitors, a camera, 4 universal power supplies. I think it's all that shit. That would be my guess. I think that has way more of an impact than the 3x4 soundproofing. Yeah. Keep in mind, outside, it's pretty warm still, though. It's 93 outside. So we finally hit equilibrium point. 34.4 inside. Yeah, we're basically at the same exact temperature as outside right now. Monthly bill for electricity? No, it's not bad. I don't know. I haven't looked in a while. I mean, I'm sure it could be cheaper. But I haven't looked in quite a while. I am curious about that though. Uh, okay, bill and payment history. Let me check that. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, it's looking like a hundred and I don't know. I want to say 120 a month. Sometimes I forget to pay for it for a couple months, but yeah, looking at the past 4 months, yeah, it's like 110, 120 a month. Yeah, it's not terrible. That's because I don't have AC though. If I had air conditioning, yeah, I'd be paying 300 a month and totally okay with it. temperature is also higher in this apartment because it's like on the side that faces south. So I get sunshine all day long. So it just bakes this room. I bet some of the rooms just across the courtyard are really reasonably temperature wise, are really like reasonable temperatures. I know, it's just the easy way to go. Why don't I just do that? Apartment.rotate 90. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Let me see if I could do this. Perfect. I think that'll fit where I was trying to put it a little bit better. It does skew the icons though, doesn't it? But whatever. Hold on. All right, so then if I grab that, and then if we look at this slide, mm, not quite. All right. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, maybe we want to do the chunkier bit. Eh, I think we're good there. So yeah, then we show off the SDK to make the binary better. But the name of this talk is as simple as a WebSocket, and that's more complicated than a WebSocket technically. Even though it's easier for us, it's doing a lot more under the hood. So let's look at a different example of using a WebSocket. Jetstream, a simpler firehose. Okay, so then let's actually look at what this looks like. So the Jetstream, a simpler firehose, we want to provide a link for it. So ATProto Jetstream. So it's self-hostable. What else do we want to shout out about it? Right, hosted, and then just grab these. And that's not even close to right. All right, so then if we're just talking about the WebSocket, and we'll show the one that we're not using here. Okay, and then, yeah, we're going to have to do a trial run of this talk here in a minute. But realistically, we just do something like that. As long as I actually save this. But that's where I got to do this. All right. Oh, jeez. Okay, sorry. I realized someone reached out to me to ask a thing, and my brain completely spaced. They didn't want me to record tomorrow night. They wanted me to record the stuff at Cascadia JS. That makes a lot more sense now. And I should be able to record all that just fine. think I have some super long HDMI cords I could use to get like a second angle. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe I spaced that so bad. That makes a lot more sense. Hey, and what's up, Todd? Oh, and just so you know, our HR person is out of the office this week. So I don't know if you would hear anything this week. I think they're usually pretty good about even sending like a no. So I at least wanted to let you know that. And not HR, but our recruiter. Sorry. Theoretically, and I can reach out and ask, even if it's just as simple as like they're not going to go with you. I can at least get that confirmation next week if you want. But yeah, they're out of town this week, so yeah, I remember you asking like hoping to hear back this week, and no, not going to happen today. And yeah, so it turns out I was thinking I needed to record tomorrow night's like lightning talk stuff. When instead, no, what they actually wanted was me to record the lightning talks at Cascadia JS, which is different. And yes, I could totally do that. What days of the week is Cascadia JS? Now I need to check this. 18th and 19th. Calendar 2025? Sure. September 18th and 19th are Thursday and Friday. Okay. All right. So, yeah. What's everyone up to? How's your days going? We are working on our slide presentation. See, I need to request off that Thursday, Friday. There's like a bunch of shit I got to request off, which should be fine. I basically don't take vacation. So, yeah, when I finally do ask for vacation, it's not that big a deal. All right. Anyway, let's get more music going. And ooh, it's 5 o'clock. I was actually planning on having a whiskey at 4. I'm glad I delayed it a little longer. God, it's just so hot. Yeah, Todd, it's 94 degrees in this room right now. It is entirely too hot in here. What's it like inside your house? I'm talking it's 94 in this room. I think that's a different story, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you still got to go outside, which you are dreading, which makes a bunch of sense to me. All right, so yeah, we get the jet stream going. We show that it's just changing the URL, and then yeah, we should be fine like this. So then what I want to do is I want to start capturing part of this screen, which means I need to get QuickTime going. Except I lost it somehow. New screen recording, sure. Options. We don't care about audio. We will give it a 5-second timer. We're going to save it. We're going to go to the T7 with it. Into repos. Find the presentation. Jet stream. We'll save it. All right, and then we'll quit QuickTime, and we'll just have FFmpeg do some stuff. What is that error? Oh, that's a weird one. All right, so we want to convert that to a web-capable MP4. And let's try it. Will it blend? So it looks like the MOV was 94 megs, the MP4 is 21. All right, so now we want to put that into one of our slides. So then let's look at this. Yeah, I like it. I think that works. And now you know why they called it the Firehose. And the background image is killing it. Awesome. All right. Okay, yeah, so I think that works out a bit more in our favor. I almost want to do the 2 columns with a header layout. Yeah, we'll do that. I forget the name of the layout, though. So now we got to go to the docs here. So center, cover, default, and what does full do? Oh, I should actually label this one full. And then I bet we don't need to do that. We'll see in a sec. All right, 2 calls, dash header. That's it. So then we do left and right after. And yeah, that full layout doesn't really seem to be doing what we wanted. Oh, that was a mistake. It's 85 where you're at in Texas. That's also just no good. All right, we'll undo this, and then we'll just do some flexbox. It's 72 in your office now. AC for the win. It's 88 where Kenny's at. Yeah, that sounds like it sucks. Okay. So then we can do like MT, I don't know, 8. That gives it a little more space. Could even give it 16. Boom. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Nailed it. Ooh, why didn't that auto? Yeah, you can do HTML for just a little more like fine-tuned stuff. Ooh, and layout here didn't work. So if I just do full. Hold on 1 second. There's this little mini fan. It just doesn't like staying stuck to the back of my camera. It is really fucking annoying. It's just really that the glue isn't. And yeah, I've been meaning to buy some Velcro that'll stick it there, but I just haven't done it yet. Okay, so I think that works. Now, you know what? Hold on. think it really is 4 REM. So then if I make this 7, $80. Yeah, I think that works. Cool. And yeah, it's definitely whiskey time. Because yeah, we're getting really close to finishing this. I'm gonna double check this. All right, we get over to here. It's loaded, and then I can just do that and play it at the thing and call that good. I think that'll work. So then in here, this is going to be the payload. And yeah, so first, let me go pee. Gotta pee. Let me dump whatever I left in here from yesterday. Gross. And we'll pour another whiskey. I should probably get some more ice cubes because it's a hot one. But yeah, so Kenny, all these slides are done using a tool called Slidev. And I really want people to check it out. It is quite nice. It's basically a view application, so you get full access to like view stuff. You can write components into your code. And yeah, it's just all view-based markdown generation into slide presentation. Like really quite nice. And you can actually host it on GitHub Pages, Vercel, whatever. I guess, yeah, it's really nice. It's made by Ant Fu, who also made Shiki Magic Move, which is super cool too. So yeah, just pretty awesome. And yeah, if you're not sure of what I mean by Shiki Magic Move, let me see if they have it. All right, built-in mermaid diagram handling. Here we go. Boom. So like, if you remember when I worked on Githium, right, being able to animate between two states of code and highlight sections of that code and then animate back and forth, it like magic. Really cool. So yeah, there's a lot of like really awesome features built into SlideApp. So definitely give it a shot. Definitely check it out if you need to make any slide presentations. But yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go dump this stale whiskey, and we're gonna have a whiskey. Okay. Grab myself some snacky snacks for candy, too. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. And man, yeah, we put a dent in this bottle yesterday, didn't we? So yeah, what's everyone up to today? Let me get more music going. And let's get back to our slides. And yes, I am a little procrastinating. In fact, I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Oh, there you go, talented. Like, wasn't that a problem that you had previously too? Like, how'd you solve that before? Oh, you just ignored it before. Oh, got it. So now you're trying to do it the right way. You're procrastinating doing work, watching me procrastinate. Exactly. Am I drinking an elixir today? It's just whiskey and water. I'm not sure if that qualifies. It's not a sweet liquid. So hold on. Technically, a whiskey Coke is an elixir. Is one of these ears dying? That would annoy me a little bit. So, all right. Yeah, cool. let's get back to what we're doing. Oh, and let me read this real quick. So now you use a ranking system where you validate their email and gets to see if it's a real email like someone would actually have. For example, blah, blah, blah. And you assign a score based on if the email looks real or not. Then you also have scoring for their personal phone number, if it's a Google Voice or whatever. And then card verification stuff, and give extra points for if they provide a website. Yeah, I mean, technically, you should have them confirm the email address, and then there you go. Oh, but I guess what you're saying is it might actually be a proper email address still, but you just want to look at it as like the. Okay, so they're confirming it even with the bad emails. Got it. That makes more sense. I mean, they could do it, but yeah, like, just in case, you've got, like, a point system for it. And I think that matters. I think that's important. No, that makes a lot more sense. I totally get it. Like, there could be some false positives at some point, but I think the false positives are still better than the impact of the negative behavior. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's really something you can kind of do behind the scenes. So they don't even have to like sit there and wait entirely, but you can catch it before anything like big happens. And yeah, Secretary of State website. Yeah, yeah, their business name. Got it. Yeah, yeah, no, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's smart, man. All right, so let's continue to look at our slides. So the general payload. Let's do this too. And yeah, oh man, BeginBot's so cool. He is very, very supportive when it comes to like liking good stuff, you know, like tweet wise. But okay, so what we want to do is get an example payload. don't know if that works that way. I think we're good. I think that's just a TypeScript issue. Yeah. All right, so then what we want to do is look at commit and collection. Damn it. This thing on the back of my camera is fucking up. All right. Don't want the motor to burn out. It's just like the tiniest little USB fan on the back of my camera. All right, so what we're going to do is that, and then I want to do that. Yeah, no. So it can't be a background tab. It just like here's actually the trick. Pop it out to its own window and then just background that window. That's the fix. Yeah, Twitch can actually detect if they're not on an active tab. YouTube does the same thing. So if you want to leave someone a lurk, it has to be the active tab on a window that could be in the background because they can't detect OS level like window sort ordering, but the browser does tell them whether the tab is active, basically. Not necessarily through like an official API, but there's ways. I think it might actually be an official API too. No, and that's fine. Just letting you know. Like, if you want to support people, like, yeah, a background tab doesn't work. Background window is the move. Not sure if people knew that or not. Totally up to you. Not saying game the system, but, you know, something to think about. I bet we can find a better post. Cool. So something like this. And hey, whoever subbed, Fluigi, thank you. Appreciate you. And yeah, Winnie, I appreciate you. Like, I don't know. The nature of your initial comments we're suspect, but, you know, thank you for being cool. I usually like to give it a little time, but yeah, Winnie, appreciate you. Thank you. If you're out there still, no worries if not. We just have our guard up a lot of the time with the people we deal with until proven otherwise. They should let turboers do it, yeah, but then, like, how would they determine which? I mean, I guess they could figure out, are you only watching one stream? Okay. But it could be real easy to have too many streams going and all of them are getting your ad revenue and now you're bleeding money because of turboers. So then, you know, it just really complicates the problem of them trying to figure out who your watch should go to pay for ads, right? Typically, the easiest way is it's the active tab. Now, keep in mind, they must be doing something because you could just pop open new windows too. I don't know if they put the effort in, but I would assume they'd put that effort in. But I don't know. But okay, so right, there's some JSON for us. Right, and we'll notice that there's basically no metadata about who posted this thing, right? We get a bunch of the IDs that we could use to fetch this data, right? Such as username, profile image, all that stuff, but it's not there other than just the text. So what do you have to do other than that? Well, again, for the sake of time and in keeping things simple, someone else has already put in the hard work for us by making a thing called Jetstream Turbo. And then, yeah, we go in and start doing some snippets there. And yeah, I really appreciate that y'all are like here and down for me like working on something like this. This is super cool. I appreciate you. I used to worry about some of this kind of content instead of stuff where I'm like hard and heavy on like source code of something. Back when I was like really trying to get partner, I'm partner now, so I don't have to think about it or try it. I would actually question whether I should stream stuff like this. So yeah, the fact that numbers basically didn't dip, y'all are the best. Appreciate you. Ooh, so hold up. Who here is in the Seattle area? There is a no frills ticket to show up. It's, yeah, I think we saw it on their website and I forgot about it. But if you're in the Seattle area and you didn't win the giveaway, that's fine. You could actually pay $249 to get yourself a no frills ticket, and I'm guessing that means workshops are not included. I would assume that you can at least go to the karaoke, but you might not be able to go to like one of the parties or something, and it probably doesn't include a meal, right? So some of that stuff, and it's a 2-day like event, right? 2 days of talks, then the workshops are after, and the karaoke I think happens before. But for $249, that's a pretty solid deal for a conference. If you're in the Seattle JS area, like in the Seattle area, you should think about going to Cascadia JS. I also have a discount code for $100 off. I don't want to abuse that, so I'm going to limit it to a max of, I don't know, 2 or 3 people. But if you want to get that extra discount, let me know. And especially if you want to get like a more full price ticket. If you're going to get this one, I'm going to limit that to 2, maybe 3 people. But for the other, like, larger tickets, I could probably do another, like, 1 or 2 as well. So, yeah, just in case, if you're in the Seattle area and you want to go to Cascadia JS, I'd recommend it. It's a good time, good people. I will be there. I'll be speaking on the Lightning Talk stage. It seems now I'm also going to be recording the Lightning Talk stage, which means that's why I'm like, okay, maybe like giving the discount to a few people that want to show up, because that's something that I'm not going to get paid for, and I'm not worried about getting paid for it. I'm happy to help out, but also there's a little like quid pro quo to it. Right? Like if you were going to pay someone to film this, it's easily $1,000, right? For 2 days, like 8 hours at a time, the equipment rental to go with it. Like, yeah. I don't expect any of that from them, but I do recognize that I am providing a value, so, happy to help. They also allowed me to give away some free tickets too, so, like, I definitely owe them as well. But again, it's all about scratching each other's backs. So yes, if you're heading to Seattle JS, or sorry, not Seattle, Cascadia JS, or you're thinking about it because you're in the area, Portland, Seattle, whatever, just let me know. I can get you a bit of a discount. Just $100, but that's an extra $100 that you can buy me a drink with. Anyway, just want to shout that out. I got the discount code too. I know, I've got the drippies. They're all over my shirt and they feel fantastic. I'm going to have to, like, I'm going to just spill a bunch of water on myself. How about that one? They're already warm, though. Buy me a mojito? What all is in a mojito? That's like, is that a gin drink? I know it's mint. I don't mind mint. Rum? No, I don't drink rum. Nope. Not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. All right, so back to what we're doing here. So yeah, we don't see any of that stuff. So then Jetstream Turbo. Here we go. So self-hostable. This part, total bullshit. Oh, I left off part of it. All right, so then if we do something like that, oh, yep. All right, so hold on. Just got to do it till we get a good first message that isn't awful. Oh, but here it is. All right, so the part that we commented out is actually just message.message. All right, so All right, so then, yeah, we want to list out the benefits of it. All right, so made by grays.social. And then from here, we do a div. How did I do these earlier? Something like that. Yeah, perfect. All right, so let's see what that page looks like. All right, so we see that. There's the payload. There's stuff missing. So now enter Jetstream Turbo. We see self-hostable, hosted, blah, blah, blah. Weird that benefits is so much bigger, but I think I just need to add something there. Oh. And I'm going to move benefits up to here. And maybe we don't even need the word benefits. I'll just add all that. All right, let's see how it looks. When you say you don't have any ideas to develop, I push back on that. I bet you have ideas all the time, but you're not writing them down the moment you have them, so you're giving them a chance to die before you've even like saved them for later. So similar to what I do, every idea should go into a Trello board, a Notion list, whatever, and some of these go deep. They got a bunch of stuff in the list. And I would not recommend trying to take any of the ideas that you just saw, because if you didn't come up with it, you're definitely not going to have the motivation to finish it. Not always, but just in general. But you have ideas for things you want to build all the time. You're not putting them anywhere, so they're gone. I bet sometimes you have an idea and you think, well, I can't do it right now, so I shouldn't even remember it for later, which is also a really bad thing to do. Every idea gets recorded, and then you sort and filter based upon how much you think you could do it, how quickly you think you could do it, how much you think it would cost to host or whatever, how much you think you could possibly make off of it. You can sort and filter based on all these things. And then eventually you have so many ideas that, sure, now the problem is picking one from this giant list. But until you start making a list, you'll never have the better problem. So do that for sure, because you have ideas all the time. The big thing, the big mistake that you're making is that you are mixing critical thought with brainstorming. Brainstorming is the act of just coming up with the ideas and putting them somewhere. later, when you're trying to decide what to work on, that's when you start being critical about, well, do I have the time? How much effort do I want to put in? Blah, blah, blah. And you can't do both of those things at the same time. So the moment that you're trying to think of an idea because you want to work on something, you're actually already being too critical for brainstorming to be effective. So you need to brainstorm without the burden of critical thinking. And then later, when you're being critical about what you want to work on, you've got all these things already brainstormed. You cannot mix those two processes. Doesn't work. Does not work. It's almost like a left brain, right brain thing, but that's all been proven to be not real. But at least analytical thought versus creative thought, they're separate things. Totally separate things. Yeah, everyone should be recording all their ideas all the time. By not doing so, you're just blowing it. Okay, yeah, I think that works. That's good enough. All right, so we have to put this inside of a div that we add scroll stuff. For the conference, I mean, the conference is in a little over a month. That's pretty easy and quick. Like, that's no big deal. For the talk tomorrow, right? The meetup? Yeah, meetups are easy. Meetups are super easy. It does remind me that I got a bunch of work to do. I'm like, dude, I don't even have my slides made for the flow to TypeScript thing for commit your code conf. I don't even have the interview with the author of GitLens for Git merge, which is another thing. So, ugh, like a lot of work, a lot of shit to do. Let's double check for some other weird formatting stuff that might have happened. Oh, yeah, no, a lot of work to do. Right, yeah, the rest of that looks pretty good. All right, so then this, hmm. Yeah, for some reason I can't seem to do any interpolation here. Hey, there we go, at least. Yeah, alright, so... Yeah, I like it. Alright, so then, boom. So then from there, what can you do with it? And... Yeah, I think a lot of these other slides just go away. So now we need to practice our dry run for it. But let's get rid of these other slides, right? What can you do with it? Who cares? You know what? We'll do another slide after it. Yeah, I think we're good there. Actually, no. We will have what's missing, and we want to go to just their documentation. Let me get more music going first, though. Uh, Here we go. Yeah, this album's good. So let's clean up some tabs. All right, so yeah, let's grab screenshots of both of these. docs.bsky.net. All right, so I think right after this, we should be ready to do ready to do a light run through. But hold on. So fact here, this should be that. What are you going to build? Thanks, you. Yeah, okay. That's way better. And then, yeah, this is actually... Call it good. All right, so yeah, let's get a timer going. I should probably add some text shadow to that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's do a very quick practice run. Yeah, let me get a timer going over here. Stopwatch time. All right, practice run. Hey everyone, my name's Chris, and today I'll be talking about ATProto, about how ATProto can be as simple as a WebSocket. So first, a little bit about me. I've been a software dev for around 10 years, give or take, probably a little more at this point. I'm a developer advocate at GitKraken, and we make some really great dev tools like GitLens and VS Code, and GitKraken Desktop, and just things that make Git easier to work with. I'm also a Twitch programming streamer. I stream on Twitch probably like 5 days a week, like six-ish hours at a time. And I am an avid snowboarder. Like, it's my favorite thing to do besides... Actually, no, snowboarding is my favorite thing to do. If you want to get all of my social handles, I am CM Griffing on basically every platform. You can head to this website and scan it, and that'll take you to my list of all the socials I'm on. So, what is the AT protocol? ATProto for short. It is the Authenticated Transfer Protocol. It was started in 2022, And it was actually started by Twitter, which is interesting. And we'll get to that in here in just a second. But started in 2022, it's a decentralized platform or protocol, which means no single point of control. It's open source, so it's transparent and community driven. It's interoperable, so it works across a whole bunch of different platforms, right? Languages, frameworks, etc. And Blue Sky, which you may have heard of, is the flagship implementation, and they are the stewards of it nowadays. From Wikipedia, the AT protocol is under development by Blue Sky Social PBC, which is a public benefit corporation originally created as an independent research group within Twitter to investigate the possibility of decentralizing the service. So pretty cool, right? Some of y'all may even remember that Jack Dorsey, one of the creators of Twitter, was actually one of the original people at Blue Sky as well, but he has since gone on to something else. So here's a diagram of it. And you're not expected to internalize and map this out yourself. But what you can see here is the Blue Sky PDS, which is a personal data server, takes in likes and posts and blah, blah, blah. It goes through a relay and then gets spit out through the Firehose to labelers, feed generators, custom feeds, out to other Blue Sky PDSs. And that's where your users could consume it, or they could just use it through Blue Sky. You could also have your own PDS, right? Like you could self-host your own personal data servers, and there are docs for that and everything. And there's also maybe just like other things besides Blue Sky that might have their own PDS. In general, all of these things are fully decentralized. Hacker News, Lobsters, any service could operate their own personal data server, and it's not necessarily having to go through Blue Sky. It's just simply the protocol manages how the data flows through these things, and you as a user get to decide where you connect your personal data servers. Some of the platforms that are on ATProto besides Blue Sky are things like Spark and Pink Sky, which are aiming to kind of replace Instagram. Skylight.social is trying to aim to replace TikTok. And there's a whole bunch of other photo and video sharing apps out there. When we think about like other things, there's even a live streaming platform. It's very early days still. When I checked, there was only 2 people up there. But you can do live streaming through stream.place. There are feed builders that help you like sort and filter through your content better rather than just like all the people you follow, etc. And then there's even one from another Twitch streamer like myself named Zayu, who created this app called Roomy.chat, which is aiming to be Discord-like. So a Blue Sky or ATProto-based Discord clone. Sounds awesome, doesn't it? And if you want to find all of the other things that have been built on top of ATProto or built on the Blue Sky API, you can check out this community showcase on the Blue Sky docs. So here's the fun part. Let's actually think about it. If we wanted to listen to every single message from Blue Sky, they call it the Firehose. And you'll see why in a little bit. But it could be as simple as this with a little caveat. And you'll see the caveat here in a second, right? But realistically, you just create a WebSocket listener. You give it the URL you want to listen to. And then you just start printing out messages. But uh-oh, we got an error. There be binary. So we're trying to JSON parse this. If you look back at our snippet, we're trying to JSON parse event.data. But it's actually a blob. It is binary data that we can't actually parse that way. Now, you could figure out what that CBOR, and I forget what CBOR even stands for, what that binary is and how to parse it and whatever, but there's libraries that can make that a little easier. There's also just raw SDKs you could use. So if you want to use the official SDK, it's just ATProto/API, and you're going to import that, and then boom, you got this ATP agent. But remember how I said it was as simple as an SDK or as a WebSocket? Let's look at that part here in a second. But just in case, right? Official SDKs for TypeScript and Go exist, and there's a Python one as well. So pretty common languages that you can use to, you know, just do more things than just listen to the Firehose. But if we wanted to just use a WebSocket, we could use this thing called the Jetstream. And it's actually self-hostable, right? So this is just some code that you could run on wherever you want to host it, and you can get the Jetstream, and it will be actual JSON data that makes it a little easier to work with for JavaScript developers especially. And luckily, you don't have to self-host it. There's the Jetstream US East 1 and 2s, or the Jetstream 1 and 2s on US West. Either way, this is infrastructure that Blue Sky is hosting for you. But if you really wanted to maybe, build a business around this stuff, you might want to host that yourself. And then, finally, when we do that, this is a video that seems to have already started that is showing us all of these messages. All I did is pnpm fiddle, which was basically that code that you just saw, and we're getting every message that comes through it. And I'm just console logging each message. Ignore the character in the background. That's just the shader that I have on stream. So this is what that payload looks like. This is the gist of what you're going to get from the Jetstream. It gives you at least the message for the text, right? I'll take disappointed but not surprised for $400. But then we just see a bunch of stuff that doesn't make much sense to us, right? Like the decentralized ID or the collection ID or, some of these other things that are really just opaque to us from a consumer level. We at least get to see when it was created, what type, and what collection it's part of, but it's just not enough for us to go on. So luckily, Graze.social, one of the companies that one of the companies we showed earlier in one of our slides, actually wrote this thing called Jetstream Turbo. It's written in Python. It reduces the boilerplate, right? The amount of stuff you'd have to do to fetch the metadata for users and all that stuff. It's low latency, so it'll actually hydrate these things at in bulk at 100 messages at a time in a bulk operation. And that hydration is just adding the props that you care about, like the usernames, their profile images, and things like that. And they are context rich. It has the entire profile info of the person who posted it. It has the reply chains as well, at least at the time the message came in. And it even has some other embedded content, like maybe links to videos or links to images. And keep in mind, once again, fully self-hostable. But if you are not familiar with hosting Python projects and things like that, maybe you just want to use their hosted URL. But again, it becomes as simple as replacing the WebSocket URL that we're listening to, doing the same exact logging, and we get something like this instead, where we can see the original message with a little bit more added to it maybe. I don't remember facets or some of these other things being there. But then the hydrated metadata is what we actually care about. And this hydrated metadata could include the description of the author. It could include their display name, their avatar or their banner image, their followers, follower count, and it goes on. And this is just way more data than you actually had access to from the raw Firehose. So if you want to start working with these things, you probably need to start reading up on some of their documentation. It could be as simple as just consuming the WebSocket and running with it. But if you want to really know more, especially about maybe posting to some of these platforms, I recommend you check out these docs. So ATProto.com and docs.bsky.app. So what are you going to build? Think about it. Let your mind run wild. What could you build using the 2 million plus messages posted per day to Blue Sky? And I think that number is probably way higher by now. That's just an old number. What are you going to build using this fire hose of human communication data? So I appreciate you letting me give this talk. Again, here's a QR code for my social media if you want to stay in touch or chat, outside of this meetup. And I hope you enjoyed the talk. Thanks for listening. Have fun. All right, so how'd we do? 10 minutes on the dot. On the dot. Woo! On the fucking dot, dude. Yeah, I think I'm limited to 7 minutes at Cascadia. We'll see how quickly they cut me off and what I need to, cut to make it happen. I think there were parts that I expounded on a little too much, especially here at the beginning. But, yeah, I'd say we're set. It is decentralized social media, exactly. And Blue Sky uses it under the hood. But you could build your own entirely separate network using your own personal data server. And then users just simply have to connect to it to interact with it. So you could build your own completely separate social media that isn't on top of Blue Sky but still uses the AT protocol to be decentralized and allow people to own their own data, their own information. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, that felt good. I feel like we fucking nailed it, dude. That felt really good. I'm doing well, Ort Sabari. And yeah, sorry for leaving you hanging when you said hello. I was just in the middle of that talk, so had to, like, give it the old college try and all that. But yeah, boom. There we go. That is roughly 4 hours of working on some slides to get a 10-minute presentation. With a lot of, like, chilling and chatting and stuff mixed in. We probably could have hammered it out in 2.5 to 3. But where's the fun in that? All right, so yeah, let's commit up what we need to do. Let's do a bit of git ignore. A markdown presenter that doesn't break your brain? I feel like SlideDev is there, man. Like, you may put in a little bit of work to learn it, but SlideDev is the move. Yeah, SlideDev's amazing, dude. I think you should really look at it. Keep it safe for work, iReal. Some people have allergies. Sheepskin time. So, Ort Sabari, yep, you started an IRL full stack course. Awesome. You're learning CSS right now, and every lesson you get a mini exercise, and you stayed till 3 to 4 a.m. to solve it, and you really enjoyed the process. That's great. It just doesn't click with your brain? Interesting, Code Drift. I'd be curious, like, what doesn't click? I think one of the important things to recognize is you can just opt out of the layout and just write raw HTML when you need to. You know, like sometimes it's just worth doing some grids, man. Super easy. Yeah, if at any moment you feel like you're fighting SlideDev, just, yeah, bail out to some HTML. You still get the full, like, Tailwind experience, even though it's not Tailwind. I forget what Aunt Foo's Tailwind competitor is called. But yeah, no, I get it. If it doesn't click, it doesn't click. Presto, Zoom, Whoosh, Whoa presentations. I don't remember using Presto. I pretty much always used Reveal.js through Pandoc. So yeah, I've been doing like the Markdown to HTML slide presentation thing for a long fucking time. Like my first talks were Reveal.js. Like I've basically never used anything else except for GitHub Universe last year. They had like a branded set of slides that they wanted us to use. So I had to use Apple, like whatever the Apple slide presentation thing is. I forget the name of it. Maybe it's just called Slides. I don't know. Yeah, like I've given a lot of talks. They've all been Markdown based, besides one so far. It's kind of crazy, right? I think Presto was like a service, right? No. Yeah, I don't remember. Prezi is maybe that the one you were thinking of? I'm gonna guess you meant Prezi. I don't think you actually need. I don't know if you actually need the server. Yeah, presenter and overview are actually just, yeah, like pretty simple assets. I think you can deploy it anywhere you want. No, no, no. That's just for dev mode, right? That's only in dev mode. Now, there is definitely like a bit that becomes different in how your images are hosted, and I may end up dealing with that as a problem here in a second, but we'll see. Because, yeah, I like to have them hosted on GitHub pages. Well, they changed this up a little bit. Interesting. Yeah, I get it, Sabara. You're spamming us, man. We got other shit we're doing. Like, no, man. I don't know. That's the third time you've copied and pasted the same message, dude. All right, so we want to do the output directory. We also need to pass a base. Interesting. So that should be working. Hmm. Okay. Looks like it's up there now. All right, so yes, our images are not where we expected. That one actually is. Oh, interesting. So it's only when they are part of the layout stuff. So yeah, then here we are in this mode, and then if we want to go presenter mode, voila. So see that code drift, right? Presenter mode, free and easy. We could bring up another tab and, then have both. I thought, pretty sure there's another way to do this. Hold on. All right, so then if I go forward here, yeah, all right. So yeah, that syncs up just fine. Because I think they're storing it to local storage and then adding the listener to it. I'm the best? Maybe. I don't know. I'm sure there's people that disagree. But yeah, code drift. Does that make sense, right? Like, it's just client-side JavaScript navigating these things. And I believe they're using local storage and listening to that to make separate tabs stay in sync. Not 100% certain. But yeah, now we got it deployed. We just have one quick image thing to do because of how this image is being referenced. Background image URL / images / self - portrait. So basically any image that I want to do as a background thing, we just have to do in the public folder. Yeah, pretty sure. All right, so that means sky.png is one we gotta move over. Self-portrait, we're gonna move over as well. ATProto logo. Hold on, I missed one. SDKs. This one. And I think that is all of the ones that we're doing as part of layouts, so we should be good. Yeah. What are you talking about, Stumble Chat? Yeah. What are you talking about there, Stumble Chat? You almost seem like a bot. Okay, then what the hell does your comment have to do with anything? Again, you're not answering my question. What does that have to do with anything we're doing on stream right now? Yeah, ATProto is cool. And hey, there we go. Perfect. Nailed it like a glove. Yeah, awesome. Okay. So, I need to get some more water. Actually, ice cubes. I got enough water. Yep, skylight.social is one. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. It's probably the main one you're thinking of, but yeah, no, there's a bunch. And yeah, so Stumble Chat, I'm gonna assume that you are a spammer or a bot or something. Because building a slide presentation has absolutely nothing to do with scheduler locks. Because you're fucking trolling, dude. I've been on Twitch long enough. Where? Where did you see Express? You fucking liar. You are so full of shit. You liar. God, you suck. What's up, Ahmed? How you doing? You saw URLs. What? Dude. It'll be up on YouTube. Yeah, no worries, Speak and Flow. Yep, that'll be tomorrow. We were making slide presentations, or a slide presentation, and that's in the title of the stream, StumbleChat. Why won't you read? Because you're trolling, obviously. Uh-huh. And I'm still calling you out. You didn't see any Express, because you're trolling. Yeah, why won't you read? Yeah, you saw code. You didn't see Express because you're just lying. You're just fucking lying. You're just not used to people calling you out on your bullshit. Nah, it's my stream, man, and you seem pretty damn trolly. Why do you think I'm past legal limit? Are you saying you're past the legal limit? Yeah, I think so, Ahmed. Yeah. So you're also just kind of trolling. So yeah, fuck off, dude. Yeah, just the weirdest chats, man. No streamer is forced to entertain a shitty chatter. He did stumble into the chat, yeah, and he never got back up again. He is the opposite of Chumbawamba. He will not be pissing the night away in this stream. He was just trying to bring up some fucking anti-JavaScript bullshit. Something about IPC locks and like stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. It's just funny to me. Lack of a beanie? Yeah, it's just too hot. Temperature did get a little bit better. We're at 33.9 degrees Celsius, which is still way too fucking hot. But it was 34.3 earlier. Or, yeah, 33.9. Yeah, it's way too hot, man. Way too hot. But yeah, they didn't see any express stuff. Not a single thing. You can still ollie? Nice. Yeah, for some reason I've got a problem with my ollies. I oh, and yeah, that was still going. I do the thing I used to do when I was first learning to skate where I ollie and my body wants to turn sideways. Which is weird cuz snowboarding I don't do that anymore. But yeah, on a skateboard I still do the turn sideways thing. Maybe. End up in the hospital at this point? Maybe. No, here's the crazy part. I can still shred around on a skateboard. My ollies are just way worse. But as far as carving and power sliding and stuff, that's about the same. It's weird. But okay, so yeah, we nailed it with our presentation. I'd say we are good to go tomorrow. I could probably do another practice run. I think we're good on another practice run. We can switch to, some of our work stuff from yesterday. Not work stuff, but what we were working on yesterday. At which point, StumbleChat might see some JavaScript code. Some front-end JavaScript code. And he'd probably still complain about IPC and who knows what else. Just because they wanted to argue. More than anything, that's what they wanted. Do I still snowboard? I do. Yep. I don't do tricks like I used to. Pretty sure I still could, but I'm definitely fatter than I used to be. So getting some of those grabs are a lot harder. And yeah, without getting the grab, I'm sure my spins would be way worse. So I'd have to work on my flexibility, lose a little more around the midsection, and then I could probably ride close to the same level again. But yeah, let's clean up tabs. Oh, really? What'd they mention? Well, now I'm curious. Were they bitching? Was it possibly the troll that I just weeded out of here? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. Did you guys clean it up or something? Oh, that person got banned a while back. Yeah, no. That person got banned for a totally different reason. I forget the exact thing. But basically, they had a chance to be sincere with their unban request, and they doubled down on their bullshit. So yeah, no, they may have been cool at some point, but no, they jumped the shark. So yeah, that's interesting. You must have just like noticed it. And no, there's nothing wrong with drinking. Dude, we have disagreements. I am really protective about not dealing with trolls. It's not worth wasting my energy. So much so that I'm a bit aggressive. Yeah, exactly. Like, we can all be chill. We can all have beverages. We can all hang out. But some people just suck. Yeah, no, the talk's good. I mean, would you like me to give a practice run of it? Since you won't be able to see it? It's pretty easy. It's nice and chill. Let me clean up my tabs. Yeah, let's do another practice run. I'm okay with it. Let's do another timer just to be sure. Yeah, how dare you? How do I reset this? Ah, there it is. All right, so yeah, let's do another practice run. Just, it'll make it a little better. And yeah, M. Huggins. Hold on, man. I was actually in Boston for the first time ever last year. It was awesome. Had some really good lobster roll. I got to do the duck tour because that was like the speaker like event when it was all said and done. It was great. Yeah, SquiggleConf. I won't be making it this year's. They didn't accept my talk, and it happens on the exact same days as as Cascadia JS. If they were on different days, shit, I'd have gone just to hang out. They're great people, and as a speaker, they give you a lifetime like free ticket. So I definitely would have gone if it wasn't the same exact 2 days as Cascadia. Because yeah, I had a blast while I was there. Yeah, the lobster rolls, fantastic. Like walking around at night, super safe and chill. I ended up like one of the nights walking like just along these bars that were kind of like near like the stone, like near the aquarium basically, and super awesome. But yeah, like just wandering at like midnight to 2 a.m. super chill, and like got to see some cool like acoustic acts and like indie artists and stuff. Like it was fun. I had a blast. I hated the fact that almost every bar is a karaoke bar though. Like is that me? Like just seeing the wrong spots? It felt like every bar was a karaoke bar. I'm not a big fan of karaoke. Well, if it's too loud, you're too old. That's also a thing, right? But okay, let me start this talk. Another practice run for y'all. Hey everyone, my name's Chris, and I'm going to be talking about how ATProto can be as simple as a WebSocket. So first, a little bit about me. I've been a software dev for around 10 years. I think it's a little more than that at this point. Depends on what parts of my career you want to count. I'm a developer advocate at GetKraken now, which it's my first role as a developer advocate, and I'm loving it. Super fun. And GetKraken makes a bunch of dev tools that make Git easier to work with. We have GetKraken Desktop, we have GitLens and VS Code, and we even have like a CLI tool and an MCP server and a whole bunch of stuff, right? We just want to make Git easier for devs all over the world. I'm also a Twitch programming streamer. I stream like 5 days a week. Like seriously, 5 days a week, 6 hours a day. I stream a lot. And in general, streaming's my second favorite thing compared to snowboarding. At any given moment, I'd rather be snowboarding. If you want to get my social links, you can find them through this QR code. It'll take you to cmgriffing.com, and that's where I have all that stuff listed out. Twitter, Blue Sky, etc. LinkedIn, whatever. But let's actually get to the meat of the talk. What is the AT protocol? Or ATProto for short. Well, the AT stands for Authenticated Transfer. It was started in 2022, and it's a decentralized protocol, which means it's got no single point of failure. It's open source and community driven. It's interoperable, so it works across different platforms. And, Blue Sky is the flagship implementation of it. So when I say different platforms, you could have Blue Sky, you could have Pink Sky, you could have Green Sky, and they could all still use AT protocol, but they could be segmented in any way you want. The protocol itself doesn't care who is using it or consuming it. And Blue Sky doesn't care if you make your own personal data servers. So here's a bit of a blurb from Wikipedia. The AT protocol is under development by Blue Sky Social PBC, a public benefit corporation originally created as an independent research group within Twitter. And it was done to investigate the possibility of decentralizing the service. So Jack Dorsey, the original, CEO or whatever of Twitter, was actually a big part of Blue Sky, at least up until within the last year or so. And now he's on to some other things. Here's a diagram of basically how the protocol works. And it's made up of PDSs, which are personal data servers. You could have the Blue Sky personal data servers. So if you're using Blue Sky directly, you're publishing to them, and cool, no big deal, right? But you could also have your own alternative personal data server and connect that up to Blue Sky's entire relay so that your data is yours, you own it on your server, but people can still see it from the Blue Sky app. And then it goes through things like the Firehose and feed generators and labelers and Blue Sky's app view and custom feeds and just so much other stuff to where other personal data servers can consume it. So just keep in mind, you can self-host a PDS, you can have an alternative PDS that's just another platform, you could use Blue Sky directly. All of this stuff is just over the same protocol. When we think about some of the other platforms on the AT protocol, there's Spark, Skylight Social, Pink Sky. These are all photo and video sharing things, trying to supplant Instagram or TikTok or things like that. And there's even more than that. These are just the big three that I could find on short notice. There's other things that are built on top of it, such as a streaming platform called Stream.place. When I looked, there was only 2 people streaming on that platform, but comments here are basically just messages on a Blue Sky thread for, all intents and purposes. So you can use your Blue Sky account to log in and chat with some streamer on Stream.place. There's Graze.social, which is its own feed builder and way that you can look at the feed and analyze it and get data about it, like the way you want your news or something. And then there's even a Discord-like thing built by another Twitch streamer named Zayu, and the Discord-like app is called Roomy.chat. So really cool stuff, all sorts of things you can build on top of this decentralized protocol. If you want to see even more stuff built on it, Blue Sky operates these docs. There's a showcase where you can just search and find things. But let's get to the meat of the actual talk. The Firehose is basically every message, every single thing that comes through the real-time data stream over ATProto. And you can subscribe to specific collections like, Blue Sky's network XRPC stuff and all this going through their personal data servers. What you can see is it's just a simple WebSocket. We create the WebSocket, and then we just listen for a message, and we go to parse it. This is almost a complete code snippet. But there's one flaw. uh-oh, danger, there be binary. The messages on the Blue Sky protocol are actually binary data. They're not JSON. So they're doing that for performance reasons and bandwidth reasons and all sorts of stuff. So it's not exactly as easy as we were expecting. There are SDKs that can make it a bit easier. So there's the official @proto or @ATProto/API repo that you can import, or not even just repo, but NPM package that you can import and then start up, and it would be a new agent consuming some service. Example here could be Blue Sky, could be whatever. And there are official libraries for TypeScript, Go, and Python if you really want to like dig in and do this stuff. But hold on, this talk was as simple as a WebSocket. So what are some other ways that we could consume this binary data without having to do the binary stuff ourselves? And the first one is the Jetstream, which is made by Blue Sky. It's in their GitHub organization and everything. You could self-host it yourself by pulling it down and running it on some server, or you could just use their URLs that they give us on US East or US West on AWS. So, right, they have 2 servers on each region. So then to make the snippet, it's just replacing that URL we were listening to that had the binary on it with the Jetstream URL instead. Nice and simple. From there, if we were to click play, this is what listening to the Firehose actually looks like. It's a lot of messages. Something like, last time I looked, 2 million messages a day. Huge. Ignore the bouncing character in the background. That's just my shader for Ghosty, which is the terminal I'm using. So here's a basic gist of the payload. For the most part, we can only really make out the fact that it's part of the collection of posts. It's not a like. And the text that was posted. But we don't know anything about the user. It may be encoded in the DID or the CID or something. But in general, you need to like fetch this extra data via Blue Sky API requests to actually hydrate the rest of what would go into this. So it's helpful, like it's good, but I want to get the user's name. I want to get the user's profile image. I want to get maybe replies to the post. That's where something like Jetstream Turbo comes in. And that's made by Graze.social, the feed generator or the feed builder that we saw earlier. They have written it in Python. They open sourced it. They're running their own version of it that's hosted. But if you're going to build a business off of this, you should probably self-host it, on your own. What we can see, though, is we just replace the URL. It's still just as simple as a WebSocket. And then from there, we're listening to the messages and printing stuff out. So it reduces the boilerplate of having to like deal with fetching all of that stuff. They also bulk fetch this stuff from the API, and it gives you just context-rich information, right? Reply chains, embedded content like images or videos. And we get just so much more in this post, right? We get the viewer blocked by, we get the pinned post of this user. We get their avatar and banner image. We get their description, their display name. This is all just the user data. And then all this extra stuff, well, the basic data is still there, and we can still get access to the basic message if we wanted. Technically, they posted a video and not just the description of the video. So actually, here in this case, it looks like they just posted a video. So, right, this isn't nearly enough for us to go on. We can see the size of it. That helps. We can see that they tagged some people. That helps. But if we want all of this extra data, the Jetstream Turbo is what we need. So then from there, if you really want to start building on top of ATProto, right, I didn't cover how to publish to it. I didn't cover how to send a like via the protocol or any of that stuff. If you really want to dig into that, you can go to ATProto.com or docs.bluesky.app. And that's where a lot of that information will be. So here's my next question to you. What are you going to build with it? I hope you enjoyed this talk. Thank you for letting me give it. If you want my socials again, if you want to talk and chat about this stuff in the future, feel free, scan that, hit me up, and thanks again for letting me speak. So how'd we do time-wise? 9 minutes. I think there's definitely parts where I go a little deeper than I need to. But yeah, that was a good version of it. Too many college kids, M. Huggins? Yeah, that's why they do so much, karaoke, huh? For tomorrow, I can do 10 minutes. I think for the conference, I need to cut it to 7. So I'll probably spend less time on myself. GitKraken's not paying me for it, so like I can spend less time describing GitKraken. I can spend less time, describing myself. Like, yeah, I think cutting down some of the stuff up front is the way to go. So yeah, we're at 7:30. I could get a little more music going. Don't they already know who I am when I go on stage? No? Now, so if you're on the main stage, they'll usually do an intro about you. But for the lightning talk stage, probably not. Yeah, in general, like, especially when you're giving a talk at conferences and stuff like that, like even meetups, you do want to at least have a slide like this. Depending on how much info they say ahead of time, you can gloss over it. But you still want to give someone a chance to maybe record or, like, screen capture the thing, right? So you want to have the slide up long enough for that. Some of that. But yeah, at a meetup, no, they don't do any intros. Like, they might say, here's Chris Griffin, but, they don't give, like, an about. But yeah, pumped. I love the fact that I can just hammer out a conference or a meetup talk, like, especially a lightning talk, the day before it happens. You would put that slide at the very beginning. You mean like I did? Or you're saying on this screen when I'm talking about what ATProto is? Yeah. Like, this is the placeholder. This is what you show when things are getting ready and they're telling you that it's time, but this is maybe just sitting on screen. And then from there, I got the one at the end. That's all we needed. You're saying I should have it here for the what is ATProto. I don't think that's a smart move. It should be here on the placeholder. Even then, whether I have it on this slide or this slide, I still have to talk about it. Nah, I disagree. Right? People don't know what this thing is. And you don't want to have your title card be populated with too much junk. I disagree. You want a nice, clean, simple opening slide, because this is going to sit on screen maybe a little longer. And then eventually, yeah, have a little bit of info. I don't have to cover every point here. Do I necessarily need the photo? No. We got to at least let people know what the hell this QR code is. So yeah, no, I push back on populating your title card too much. Like, there's a little I could add to it. But I think the QR code's too much. I think the about me, way too much. I could put my name here. I don't know if that part matters as much. Audience demographic, software developers. Caring about their generation doesn't matter. You get people of all ages. You can't target one. How many will use their devices with the QR code? Doesn't matter. If even only one person does it, it's worth it. And yes, I don't know if you've ever given talks or been to places where talks are given, people do scan that shit. You can be in the audience and just look and see people hold up their phone. It happens, dude. I've given a lot of talks, Bingo. Like, I'm not saying I am perfect at making slides, but yes, people of all ages scan QR codes, even old people, because they're still software developers. Just because a couple people do it doesn't mean everyone does, so other people benefit from a description. You do both, because then you satisfy everyone. It just sets the tone for the talk. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm really curious about how many talks you've actually attended. Damn, yeah, that Cosmosis person. Anyway, what up, Bada? What you up to? You were looking at trimming time, and I can totally do that. I understand where I can trim time from. I'll talk less on the slide about me. I'll talk a little bit less on the slide about the protocol. I have ways that I can trim the time. I'm not worried about it. Bingo. All right. So, should we just wrap up or should we keep going, like pivoting back to the stuff we did or started working on yesterday? I at least want to think about it. Yeah, we'll pivot back. We don't need to change up the title. I think it's fine. All right, so this is where we left off. All right, so we can close that. Oh, I do need to work on my poker manager game at some point. Yeah, we'll definitely do that eventually. So it's technically not a video. Let me bring the API back up. I guess we don't technically... Yeah, we do need it. Yeah. So the thing in the background is actually a shader. It's not even a video. So we're using Ghosty. Right? It's a terminal by Mitchell Hashimoto. But it has shader support. So if you go and look, and man, yeah, jeez. Damn, Cam, you're actually engaging that troll? Dude, Cosmosis sucks. Like, that dude sucks. No, I get it. I get it. Touche. If you want, you can check out their chat here in stream. Like, you know that mod, like, view or whatever, where you can, like, see someone's past history and all that. I wish it still had their, like, unban request. Twitch would be really good mod-wise if they kept that somewhere. Oh, and bingo. No, we're talking about Cosmosis. They're just a troll that we dealt with. Not you, man. No, not you at all. I understand I was getting a little confrontational there. That's on me. Okay, yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I see the stuff going over there. That's all. I think it's fine. Whatever. Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so in general, right, shaders are just, you know, GLSL, some other bullshit, and stuff like this. You know, you can totally have this as your background. It's not a video. It's just a shader. So if you're curious about getting some shaders going, you can use some of the ones from here. There's actually a proper shaders library. They still haven't implemented the previews, though. Keeps your room warm. It's actually, like, really lightweight. Like, it's really not, like, tying me down in any major way. But yeah, so getting back to it, let's look at our site. Localhost 5173. We'll log in with our email. This is Messijo testing at Melanator. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm on a Mac Mini, and I think the Mac Mini has some really, really good like performance characteristics at like the GPU level where this stuff's running, because it's all on the same chip. There's a lot less like data over the wire, so I think it ends up being fine. But I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Yep. Yeah, if we really look at it, CPU time, we don't see Oh, we do see GPU time. Damn! What is this media analysis CPU time thing? Right, so Google Chrome chewing up some shit. What about GPU time? Ghosty is a lot of GPU time. Is that days? Weeks? Is that years? That's a lot of shit. Like, oh my god. Too small to see. I know. I wish I could zoom in on it more. Hold on. More JPEG. Real quick. Just a little more JPEG. GPU time 106 colon 23 colon 51.61. Maybe this is just hours. No, that's the hours. Well, no, that might be seconds, seconds, minutes, hours. So only 106 hours. That's no big deal. Is it 106 days? I don't know. It's probably hours. The 51.61 is the seconds, milliseconds. Okay. Let's do a vote. I'm good on that. I guess here's the big thing. We got the 106 2354 here. I want to see it roll over. It is minutes, seconds. So yeah, it's only 106 hours GPU time. That's fine. Type uptime? I don't think that'll do... Like, no, this is not the amount of time we've been running. Like, it has been 92 days since I rebooted. And it makes sense that it would be like GPU time hours because technically like Ghosty's CPU time would keep going up theoretically. The fact that it idles so well when it's not on the main screen is kind of crazy. And also like the GPU time pauses when it's not the active front-facing view either, right? Like if we click out, it pauses. Right? So GPU time pauses when it's not focused. I think that was really smart on their part. Oh, but it still does a frame when it's paused, and that frame is calculated based on the time value. So it's still calculating the frame and jumping as it goes. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that. I would have figured it would have been just cached in RAM. I actually would have expected it to just cache that value in RAM rather than recalculate it when the view is shown again. That's interesting, actually. Okay. Okay. God, what time is it now? It's only 33.6 degrees in this room now. Meanwhile, outside, I think it's like much chillier. Yeah, I feel like Activity Monitor is using a bunch of the top values, though. It is. Dude, it's so fucking hot in here right now. Like, it got up to 93 outside earlier today. So basically, outside and inside activated on their own. Like, they, like, actually, like, lined up together. They rarely equal each other. But today, they were, like, asymptotically close enough. It was like 94 in here and like 93 point something outside. That's as close as it's ever been in here. Because typically, like it is right now, we're at 92, we're like 5 degrees above temp. Yeah, Washington is one of those states that just doesn't have AC. Yeah. If I ever buy, any property I buy or own is gonna have air conditioning. I don't care where I live. I don't give a shit. I mean, humidity in this room is only at 27%. That's not crazy. Washington, like, people think it gets humid. Washington's pretty reasonable, humidity-wise. Sabato, you're talking about a swamp cooler. I actually have a portable AC. Like, I totally have a portable AC, but it died last year towards the end of the year, and I just didn't upgrade it this year, and I lucked out. I totally lucked out. Back in, like, 2022, we had one of those days that got up to, like, 100 degrees, and I thanked my lucky stars for the AC that I got. But, yeah, this year, I think today was technically the hottest day we'll have all summer. Yeah, swamp coolers raise humidity and can make it way worse, for sure. Yeah, heat pump. I actually don't remember the difference between a heat pump and air conditioning. You're dropping 3 degrees tomorrow, finally? And bingo, hold on. Yeah, where is that again? Unless you mean here in Seattle, because, yeah. Tomorrow gets way better. Alberta, that's right. Oh, is that usually the main thing? Right? The air conditioning that has, like, the things, like, split up. Yeah, it's only, like, August is the hottest month of the year here in Washington. And, yeah, we got up to 94 today, and I don't think it gets up to that at all the rest of the year. Yeah, like the mini splits. Like, are those the same as a heat pump? I really don't know the difference between a heat pump and air conditioning. Bonner Lima, thank you for the follow. And Goriro. And John McAfee's official account. Didn't he die? Didn't he pass away? Yeah. So we got John McAfee from the grave. Welcome. He's just here to tell us how much he hates Avast. Air conditioning is cooling only. Heat pump is cooling and heat. Okay. Interesting. I'm so curious about that. Yeah, I guess in your... Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that's the same thing. But I don't know. I've never really tried air conditioning to heat the car when I'm driving. But I bet it still works. Like in general, if you're getting really like moist air inside your car, you want to crank on the AC because air conditioning removes like moisture from the atmosphere, right? From like the air. So if you're like fogging up inside your car, the air conditioning is a way to do that, but you can still have hot air conditioning in your car, right? I don't know. I've never tried it. No, I understand that's heat, but the difference is bingo. The the heat in your car is typically just coming from the engine compartment. But if you have AC and the circulation on, right, the circulator, then it's actually just operating on the air that you're like recirculating. It's not actually coming from the engine compartment. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I didn't know if it was from moisture transfer. I do know air conditioning removes moisture from the air typically. I didn't think that was the mechanism. Technically, the coolant is the mechanism there. And yeah, like technically Freon or R134A. I think there's something newer than R134A at this point. Like refrigerators. Yeah, refrigerators still have coolant in them though, right? Heat pumps versus air conditioners. Yeah, I'm so curious about this. 1, 2, 3, 4 YF. I've never heard of that one. I know about R134A. That's at least what was in like car air conditioning systems back when I took auto tech in high school. So we're talking 20 plus years ago. Yeah, I would guess the YF is better, and that's why R134A was like is no longer the right thing. Yeah, so like the YF isn't as good, but at least when it leaks, it doesn't kill the environment. But both are still better than Freon, right? Yeah, that's what I figured. I knew there was something newer than R134A. And yeah, both are better than Freon. Yeah, all right, just double checking. Yeah, I took an auto tech class in high school. I learned the basics of like oil changing and, how to determine a bad like wheel bearing versus a bad CV joint and some of that shit. Like I learned enough of that stuff. I'd have to look up a bunch of it again. But then Stoner me decided, well shit, I'm going to learn air conditioning shit. I just hook it up to a machine and press a button. Done. I would think my hairline is showing my age more than anything. Yeah, it's Doc Brown style. The worst part is like it's getting thin like in this part back here. Like I can handle the Widow's Peak and this island that I'll probably just like shave off here soon. You want to see the creepiest thing? Oh man, hold on. You want to see the creepiest thing? It's so creepy. It's so creepy. Dude, fuck that shit. Ugh. Woo! That was just the ad bait. Yep. Go away, baiting. Oh, that's funny to me. See, I don't have the gray thing that much. In general, my family doesn't go gray that quickly. Like maybe on my dad's side, but I have my mom's hair. I have both my parents' hairlines. Not my mom's hairline, but men on her side of the family's hairline. I got both of them. I got both of them. You're getting really gray? Interesting. Your dad didn't go gray till 70? Yeah, I think my dad still hasn't gone gray either, actually. I think he has some in his beard. He doesn't have much in his hair. Women do tend to get some kind of hair loss, especially after menopause, but it's not the same, right? Like, because the main driver of hair loss is testosterone, and women generally don't generate testosterone. There's like a really good example of that in reality where like two twins, one of them lost their testicles, maybe due to mumps or something like that. I forget what, but one of them lost their testicles and had a full head of hair their entire life. The other one went bald. And they're twins, like identical twins. Testosterone is the main driver of hair loss. Yep. Yep. Yeah, like John Cena was balding before he got hair plugs, you know? And for a long time, that's why he wore the baseball caps and shit. Like most pro wrestlers, because of the testosterone replacement and like extra testosterone they take, UFC guys, like all that shit, they're all doping. And they go bald super quick because of it. So the big thing is, yes, that's a factor. Normally, the problem with like the hair like not lasting is that you might get this chunk replaced with hair that doesn't go away. But your other hair up here is still the hair that's going to go away. So even if you get hair plugs, you're going to have to replace the hair plugs or replace the hair that isn't from the part of your hairline that isn't going to go away. So even if you get hair plugs, you're probably going to have to re-up on the hair plugs eventually anyway. Otherwise, you get like the thick part there and then the other parts start going bad. It's already thin like all over? Or is it like thicker in one spot? No, so it's not necessarily that. That's what I'm saying, Bado, right? It may be that it looks like he's losing all of it. I'm willing to bet it's like thin because of the old hair versus the new hair, right? So he's getting this like ring around the new hair. And same thing with like the back of the head, right? That bald patch, like that's going to keep growing. Even if you replace what's in the middle, you got to start replacing it as it like radiates out. So it's not necessarily that the hair plugs are falling out. It's more that the hair that he was going to lose anyway is falling out still. The hair that got migrated is probably way better. I'm not going to say perfect because you also have to keep up on finasteride and the other bullshit. I've thought about it. It's like 20 grand if you want to do it right. And then how much is the finasteride to keep doing forever? And how well has that shit been studied? And like, I don't know, man. I'm liking my Doc Brown hair arc. Marty! We gotta go! It's your parents! I know, not the best impression, but the hair sold it. Yeah, it's a little closer to Rick from Rick and Morty. Yeah, you're not wrong there. But Rick from Rick and Morty is modeled after Doc Brown. Game, set, match. No, I mean, when I was super young, I actually had the nickname Beanieless Chris. I started wearing beanies pretty quick after that, but yeah, there was one year where I was Beanieless Chris. But no, once the beanie's on, like, it doesn't matter. Continue doing Doc Brown impressions for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I don't know. I need to keep practicing, I guess. You were looking at a different screen and you heard it, and you're like, Doc Brown. All right, so I guess it was an all right impression. All right. I still think I could be, like, better, but I'll take it. I just need to watch some more, like, if you want to get Doc Brown's voice without having to watch Back to the Future, you can just watch Addams Family. Right? Uncle Fester, it's the same voice. It's the same voice. Dude never had to put on an accent his entire life. His voice is already good. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Christopher Lloyd's great. God, I'm trying to remember some of the quotes. Ah, the Amor twins. Oh, you look so beautiful. You are too gorgeous for the likes of us. Yeah, we should be with ugly women. Right? The difference in their delivery. Like, so good. Yeah, we should be with ugly women. But all right, I do need to go pour some more water. I'm going to go grab some more ice cubes too. Because why not? Why not? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Yeah, that movie's so sad. I can't actually bring myself to watch it anymore. It's just too sad. I can barely watch the Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode that's a reference to it. And I'm back. Okay, gross. I don't know what that was on the ice cube, but I don't like it. It's probably some garlic or something. What about a tasty treat? Are we the tasty treats? Is this how you wanted those poor women to feel? Oh, it's a collection of Christopher Lloyd. All right, no, that works. I think that's fine. Now we'll check it out. We're good. Maybe later. Maybe later. You saw a snippet of him in Star Trek. I don't remember the character he played in Star Trek. He was in the Patrick Warburton version. No, he was in the newest version of The Tick. That one was good. No. That's oh shit. That's the That'll Do Pig from Babe. That's the same guy who was the scientist in iRobot. Totally different people. No, nah, not even close. Sorry, I I could never get them mixed up. No, God, I'm trying to remember his name now. No, bingo. He's literally talking about the Star Trek film First Contact. First Contact was a Next Generation film. Um, James Cromwell. Yes, Cromwellulant. No, bingo, you're misunderstanding. Someone was saying that Christopher Lloyd looks like James Cromwell. They were simply saying they're from the film First Contact. Yeah, First Contact's a fantastic film. It's a great one. It was a good way to kick off the Star Trek Next Generation like film universe for sure. I'd say it's definitely one of my favorites of that entire series. Like it's better than the one with the Borg. I guess technically that one's with the Borg too, right? But not in the same capacity. And then there's the other one. God, with the Australian guy that played Bruce Banner. Yeah, the Next Generation films were good. The first of like the new series, that's the one that James Hardy was the bad guy in, right? I'm trying to remember the timeline. Something Hardy? Not James. Shit. Tom Hardy. It had an M in it. Come on. No, Nemesis was still the Tom Hardy Star Trek. Oh, shit. Okay, no, I mixed that up completely. So then, hold on. The Bruce Banner guy was in the first of the new series, right? Am I mixing that up? This one definitely has like the ship that travels through time and all that shit. Yeah, Eric Bana. Okay, yes, Eric Bana. I had him mixed up. So Tom Hardy was in the last of the Next Generation films. Eric Bana, right? They play such a similar character. If you didn't actually think about that or know that, like, dude, the characters are so fucking similar. And I also think this was one of Chris Hemsworth's first acting roles, like at least in Hollywood. Like this is pre-Thor, isn't it? Yeah, he plays the dad at the very beginning. I'm pretty sure that was one of his first acting roles. Like in Hollywood, not Australian. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that before Perfect Getaway. Yep, same year. But yeah, the rest is like weird Australian shit. It is pre Thor. It's absolutely pre Thor. Thor was 2011. 100%, dude. Yeah. It could be up for debate if Star Trek or Perfect Getaway were his first actual films, like in Hollywood. I mean, bingo. We're looking at it right here on screen. Like, yeah, we know. All right, let me get more music going. I get it. I understand. All right, let's get back to some code, I guess. I suppose. I suppose. So yeah, the thing we actually want to work on, and I guess I haven't created any keywords for this person yet, but when we create a keyword, we have the idea of compound versus simple. Well, hold on. Let me just do another thing. Sorry. Let me just do this. All right, so hold on. Explain what? Are you saying I should explain simple versus compound? Yeah, sorry, I got distracted just sending a work message. The thing we left off on that we have here in our message is this, you know, description here should probably be moved to a tooltip. And there's a toggle for whole word. That I might want to move in line with this field. So basically, this whole like 2 rows of stuff would go away, and then we'd just have like an add button to add another keyword that you want to have as part of your compound keyword. Compound keywords in general are you want to look for multiple keywords within a single message. And they're only available to people that are on the higher billing tiers. But I don't want to have like all of this junk, right? Like this entire like 3 or 4 rows for every single like item you're adding. We can condense it down. Yeah, multi-word, but keep in mind that you could still do something like pull requests if you wanted, and that would count as a single keyword. But if you wanted pull and request to have any number of stuff between them, then that's up to us. And I think the extra complexity that brings to how we do this, like, yeah, if you're at a higher billing tier, then we can do that. But if you just want to look for the phrase pull request, then we're good. Now, we're not doing any delimiter bullshit. There's simple keyword, which could be multiple words, but they all have to be around each other, versus compound keywords that could have multiple parts separated by any number of words between them. Not even in the same order. So right now what we're considering is how do we want to style this, right? How do we want to condense it down? And technically it would be the same thing for simple versus compound, right? Like I don't want to change the UI too much other than having like an add keyword show up when you're compound, but these 2 things would still be inline basically, right? Like maybe even simple versus compound, and we have the add new, but we still have like a hover text for, hey, compound is only when you're on a higher billing tier. Like, I don't want to be a dick about it, but I do want to funnel people to higher billing tiers. I think that's important. Like, you got to let them know what they're missing. Otherwise, they can never have FOMO. Do I like it? No, but that's how business kind of works. I don't want to be rude to lower tier users, but yeah, some of the extra stuff you might want out of it, yeah, it should be really obvious to you how you could get that, so I don't have to deal with support tickets adding that shit. Technically, the more support tickets I have to deal with for things that I could call out in the UI, the more it means my UI kind of sucks. Now, so bingo, you're missing it. For simple, we still want match whole keyword. That is still something that we want to give them as an option for simple. You're misunderstanding. Compound would have multiple input fields. You would click a button to add another row. Eventually, you would also have the option of having a negative qualifier for your compound input fields. So there might be an input for pull. And then there's another one for request. And then there's another one for saying I don't want to have a message with the word merge in it or something, right? No matter what, multi-line is going to involve multiple input fields. And not multi-line. Sorry, I just read what you said. Compound is multiple input fields. Multi-line means something different, especially when you're considering regular expressions, etc. I'm gonna deny that one. Yep, AutoMod works. Nailed it. Again, bingo, I don't know, man. I think you'll see it when you see it. I think you're making it more complicated in your head than it needs to be. It's fine, bingo. Like, I get it. I get it. I just think there's something you're maybe misunderstanding, and that's fine. I'm not explaining it well, and that's part of it. But I don't want to figure out how to explain it better in the moment. I've got a vision for this UI, and I just need to act on it. And then once I've got it coded out, then we can discuss what could be better. Like, getting rid of the description, that's the easy part. How I want to do the match whole word part becomes way trickier. Like, I think there's some way I could describe what match whole word does in maybe like a single word. And that I would love some input on. And yeah, hold on. Borang! What about Borang? I know, it doesn't fit nearly as much anymore. Because you changed up your profile image. The gist of what we're doing here is we are building a paid-only feature or a like higher billing tier feature, and we're trying to condense down the UI of this entire section. The description can just go as like an I symbol next to the keyword. What I'm trying to figure out is how we want to do the match whole word as a thing that sits maybe just next to the input field. Which means I need to figure out a shorter name for it. Oh, so Lithium, it's the main project we're working on. I know, you hang out, you don't actually care what I'm working on. You just want to hang out. I get it. But yes, the thing we've been building is Messijo, to listen for keywords being mentioned on Blue Sky and eventually Reddit, Hacker News, Lobsters. As a social media manager or a social media person at a business, or even marketing or brand awareness or whatever, you need to know what people are saying about you on various platforms. They will not always tag you, right? So instead, you can listen for what they're actually saying. As an example, nobody tags GitLens, but people talk about GitLens all the time. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Oh, we're cooling down majorly. It's only 33 degrees Celsius in this room. X Factor, no, it's how to condense the entire keyword and qualifiers for that keyword into a single row for simple and compound. Chilling with some wine while vacationing? I think you and Bingo. Like, what wine are y'all drinking? I feel like Bingo mentioned they were on a rosé yesterday, maybe? Maybe I'm mixing that up with someone else? I might have mixed that up with someone else. Yeah, what wine are you both drinking? I don't drink much wine, but I will. Well, there's not much better. If it's between a hazy IPA and a red wine, I'll take the red wine every single time. I don't like hazy IPAs. I like IPAs. I like a good bitter beer. But I just don't like hazies. All right, so Pinot Grigio for Bingo. All right. X Factor, was that you that was on the rosé yesterday? Someone was on some rosé. So, wait, Pinot Grigio is a white wine? It is. All right. For some reason in my head, I always equate Pinot to a red wine, but yeah, I forget what Pinot actually means. I know Pinot Noir is red, but Pinot Sauvignon? No, that's a Cabernet Sauvignon. Oh, good call, good call. Pinot Noir, how did that pass Automod? Because Automod is more cultured than you, Lithium. And honestly, dude, I feel bad. You can't be on your lonesome here. Cabernet Sauvignon is a white? I could have sworn that was red. You might be thinking Cabernet Sauvignon Blanc. But I could have sworn a Sauvignon could also be red. But yeah, sorry there, Lithium. Yeah, Sauvignon is red, but Sauvignon Blanc, I believe, is white. Because technically, Sauvignon is made up. It's a fucking... It's a California wine country word. They made it up. I mean, all words are made up, so I get it. But yeah, no, lithium, dude. Like all of the regulars slash mods slash VIPs from Primogen's stream, and you're sitting there on your Losum without a single sword. Don't nobody want to get trolled by Nightshade and Cam. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Interesting bingo. Swelling feet. That almost sounds a little bit like gout. Is there just more like iron in red wine? Is that it? Because gout's like a buildup of like uric acid, but I think too much iron can cause that, right? And hold on. Yeah. Let me accept. Ignore. So you typically do get gout, but you don't suffer from it since you've given up beer. I mean, I think gout is just a condition. It's not necessarily like genetics or something, right? Like gout is specifically referring to the flare-up, which is just a buildup of uric acid. It's per person and diet, but like having gout is specifically suffering from the flare-up. Like you don't have gout if you're not in a flare-up, you know? Like if you're not currently swelling at the feet, etc. Like gout is similar to like beriberi, right? Or scurvy, you know? Like it's just a mineral thing, you know? Oh, so the swelling was not gout related. Oh, okay. That's a different thing. I believe swelling in your feet could be heart related. And I feel like I've gotten it slightly from time to time. But I'm going to add you as a friend, Mr. Sir. Damn. Okay, that's one hell of a fucking wine cellar, dude. So you got a lot of wine to drink. No, you can't drink it. Your dad was really into wine. That makes way more sense. Lithium, have you ever seen Dirty Rotten Scoundrels? That's what I was referencing there. So you got a lot of wine to drink. No, you can't drink it. I care too much about them. All right, so you got art you can't look at, you got wine you can't drink. Why do I care about all this culture bullshit? Which version of Dirty Rotten Scoundrels? There's only one version. There's the original. They haven't remade it. Right? The Michael Caine, Steve Martin film? There hasn't been a remake yet. Wait, they remade Dirty Rotten? No way. You're thinking of School for Scoundrels. They're not even close. Are you talking about The Hustle? I don't think it counts. It's not the same character names. I don't think this counts. It may have been remade, sure, like in a way, but it's still not the same. It's not it. It's not the same exact title. Let me put it that way. I mean, you're talking about a different thing. School for Scoundrels is not the same thing whatsoever. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is a very specific film. School for Scoundrels is completely separate and not even related in any way whatsoever. Bingo, you're misunderstanding. The wine is really not helping, I guess. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is a very specific film. It's fine. I'm just letting you know. I'm not going to blame the whiskey on this or the wine on this. This is you just not actually listening. You heard the word scoundrels and thought something totally different. I don't know or care for it. Like, it doesn't matter. Completely separate things. When I say words, I usually mean them. I even nipped that in the bud real quick. Did you mean School for Scoundrels? Because that is absolutely not even close to the same thing. I would recommend watching Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. That film's timeless. It's really good. If you haven't seen it, you're missing out. Ruprecht, shall we get the genital cuff? Ruprecht, do not take the cork off the fork. Why is the cork on the fork? So he doesn't harm himself or others. No, they're not related whatsoever, Bingo. I'm sorry, like, they're not related at all. There might be some kind of overlap if you really tried to break it down to the, what is it, like 128 plots or something that are actually possible with film to make a watchable film. That shit's been broken down. As far as, like, plot structure goes, there might be overlap there. But anything else, no, dude. It's not even close to the same thing. Right? Anyone seen that? Like, someone actually quantified the amount of, like, film structures that can work? I don't know how to even look this up anymore. So one person counts it at 34. I think with enough separate things, it can branch out further. But yeah, core film plot structures, 3-act, 5-act, hero's journey. Like, when you start to combine some of the various, like, plot variations and other things with it and how the story is told, there's really only so many films that can work that will actually draw in an audience. And I don't know. I couldn't find the source if I tried. There is some number that someone eventually said, this is the full amount of all movies that have ever existed that people were actually willing to watch. Because they got to disregard the things that failed miserably because it was unapproachable by viewers. And some of those things that failed miserably and were unapproachable were things that were made by, like, Ingmar Bergman, you know? But they're too, like, artist-focused to actually make it as a film today. Some of the craziest films I've ever seen were actually just Ingmar Bergman films. And, like, they start out nice and simple and get really fucking crazy all of a sudden. Yeah, Kurosawa films. Like, he explored stuff before we realized what people would actually watch, right? In general, Kurosawa films, like, if you just adapt a Kurosawa film, you've got a, like, especially his good shit, you've got a really good film on your hands. The Dirty Dozen is just a remake of a Kurosawa film. Like, verbatim, actually. Just make them cowboys instead of samurai. Right? I think Dirty Dozen is a direct remake of Seven Samurai. Yeah, exactly. Like, sure, they take some liberties with certain things, but it's the same fucking film. Magnificent... Oh, no, that's the one. Sorry. I mixed them up. I'm sorry. Magnificent Seven is a direct remake of Seven Samurai. Dirty Dozen is heavily inspired by. My bad. You're right. Magnificent Seven was what I was thinking about. My bad. I stand corrected. I'm so sorry. I misspoke. There we go. There's another film that gets remade way more than you actually realize, and it's called Yojimbo. Right? Remakes of films by Akira Kurosawa. And of course, there's a fucking Wikipedia article for it. Of course. So then if we go towards stuff that people might actually recognize, Battle Beyond the Stars is a Seven Samurai remake. Wait, is Magnificent Seven not a remake of Seven Samurai? I thought it was. I could be wrong. But yeah, as we look through it... Yeah. Magnificent Seven, Seven Samurai, for sure. Dude, this is missing shit. For sure. Oh, never mind. Nope, here it is. Yeah. Last Man Standing and Omega Doom. Yeah. My bad. Magnificent Seven, or not Magnificent Seven. Omega Doom and Last Man Standing are the exact same film set in very different times. But they're still both Yojimbo under the hood. So Omega Doom, and the fact that they were released the same year is actually insane. But Omega Doom was androids, post-apocalyptic. You know, Rutger Hauer plays this one badass android who comes into town with two warring gangs, and he pits them against each other, and shit happens. Last Man Standing, same fucking plot. Same exact shit. Same exact fucking thing. I actually didn't like Last Man Standing nearly as much. I really liked the sci-fi of Omega Doom, and maybe because I saw Omega Doom, it turns out that Last Man Standing felt derivative. If I had seen them in a different order, maybe it'd be fine. But I've never watched any of the Kurosawa films myself. In my opinion, they come from an era of filmmaking where, like, the pacing just doesn't work as well. Like, the editing's not great. No, you might be thinking of a different Last Man Standing. There's been a couple movies made with that title. The Bruce Willis Last Man Standing is exactly that. So bingo, yes. No, you're totally right. What did I say? Did I not say Bruce Willis? I don't even think I mentioned him. I don't think I had to. But he arrives in town with two warring gangs. That is Yojimbo. No, you misunderstood, Bingo. You're not listening. Omega Doom is Rutger Hauer. That is what I said. I saw this before I saw Last Man Standing, though. And what I'm saying is, having seen the same story play out twice, of course I'm going to like the one I saw first. Fistful of Dollars was the first. What is HW in this context? And what up, Kabir? How you doing? But yeah, have a good evening. No worries, Lithium. If you want to chat about the bug, right? We can discuss it. I don't mind being a little bit of a rubber duck. I'm not sure I want to be that for Kabir. First message and immediately, like, spamming? I don't know. Give me a second. There's no way you typed all that out by hand. There's no way there, Kabir. You're either copying and pasting or spamming. And the difference between the two is very small. Yeah. We probably could have caught that part too. What's the move for getting hired? Look at people hiring in your area and do that shit. Like, it's really not that complicated, man. In general, you should get good at learning new languages. That's it. I don't know, Kabir. You seem a little trolly. Yeah, no, so bingo, you don't have to entertain the trolls. They're just going to spam those same messages to the next chat they find too. It's not worth entertaining those people. I get it, I understand, but I'd rather not have the rest of chat entertain those people. That's fine. I get it. But I'm just letting you know. Like, no, they're a copy and paste fucking spammer at this point. If we don't answer the way they want, they're just going to move on to another stream and copy and paste the same shit. We don't need them. They're never going to be a good viewer. It's not worth entertaining them. There's just too many trolls in these categories, man. Whether they mean to be or not, their actions are trolly. I don't care, Kabir. If you're going to spam us with some copy-paste bullshit, no thank you. No, you asked in the way that was easiest for you because you're taking the easy way out. Yeah, goodbye. Obviously, like I just said, we're not going to answer your question for you. You're not a viewer who's here to actually view. You're here to get your answer and move on. Like, even if we answered you as enthusiastically as we could, you'd just move on. So yeah, fuck off, Kabir. You suck, man. You make other beginners look bad. Nah, man. Fuck off. I deal with too many trolls. I've dealt with too many trolls. I can recognize them a mile away. They're not worth entertaining in any way whatsoever. even if we gave them the best fucking answer ever, they're just going to ask the same thing to another stream. Because they're not trying to actually make a decision. They're just looking for someone else to make a decision for them so that they can blame someone when they fail again. Because they're going to fail. Because they're not willing to actually take a hardline stance and learn anything. They're taking the easy way out every single fucking time. They will never be a quality viewer until they understand and recognize that what they're doing sucks. But they won't, so it's good. It's fine. Maybe we'll see an unban request from them in like a year or two. I've seen it said in other people's Discords, I keep people at arm's length. I absolutely fucking keep people at arm's length. In my life and in Twitch chat. Someone posted 500,000 lines of JSON to your endpoint and it threw an error. I feel like you could have thrown an error sooner. I wonder. It's similar to like a zip bomb, right? Like if you accepted gzip from people posting to your database, like you still got to like bail out once they've consumed more RAM than it's worth. Oh, it's a thing that's actually necessary? Ooh. I still just wonder. I don't know. I would have 401 that, or I would have 400 errored that person like immediately once they hit some buffer. Get retconned. Now we know what you meant. Yeah, for sure. Here's the problem though. Like, yeah, the problem is you can't chunk it. It's one logical unit. It's what you run into in big tech. Maybe. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Is this for like one of your services? Like one of your like AI things you made? It's for a large data thing? Got it. Yeah, that one's tough. I don't know how I'd solve that. Yeah. It's SQL that lets you query without tables. Interesting. Yeah, it's a problem I've never had to deal with. Yep. Nah, you're more experienced than me with all that stuff. I'm not sure. I feel like there could be some UI way to figure that out that allows the user to chunk things better. And then it, like, you know, you're just running something client side for them before they even post it. I feel like there's some, like, UI fix, right? Like UX fix. Something you can do on the front end first. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, and I get that. I understand that. Lithium, absolutely, dude. Yeah, I just wonder if your backend could like proxy to something else first before like your backend has to handle it. I don't know. Yeah. Now you're a better backend dev than I am, so I'm sure you've thought of all this stuff. I'm just trying to think of how I'd do it. See, I don't even think multi-file upload's the problem, because still, they could just put too much shit in each file, you know? Like, as far as chunking it goes, like, technically JSON's not valid chunked, though. And that's the problem you run into, whereas, like, XML can be chunked way easier. Like, chunking JSON sucks. I really do think it involves, like, a front-end problem of doing the chunking there and then solving it. That's how I'd do it. You can definitely, like, have some UI figure out the best way to chunk. And then maybe there's some like backend endpoints to handle the chunks. Sure. I mean, truffle shuffle style, right? Yeah, no, to me, it sounds like a front end problem. User uploads a thing, it exists on the front end. You realize that it's too big, and then you give them some kind of like, you know, like JQ, like query selector to get the parts that can be chunked. That seems like the way I'd try and solve that problem. Like, sure, they upload the file. Now, it's actually just on your front end. We just uploaded it to RAM, and yeah, now we got the string, but you still got to do the work of figuring out how we chunk this to send down to the back end. That's how I'd end up doing that. And if it's not chunkable that way, then that really sucks. If it's going to the back end, globbing, and then let the DB handle it. Like, so, no, we're still talking about, like, bingo bango. Like, if someone passes you 500,000 lines of JSON, do you actually want to tie up your single thread parsing that? Or would you rather make the front end chunk that and send it at, like, proper intervals, and then you got, like, a way to do this? Now, we're not talking about images. We're talking about JSON specifically, like full-on JSON. Yeah, bingo. That was already part of the initial constraints. They already said it was JSON data. This is where not paying attention to chat is really doing you a disservice. The constraints were already set with the first message that they sent. It is JSON data. You could upload that JSON data to the front end and chunk it based upon nested props in some way. And that's how I'd probably try and do that. It's fine. I get it, bingo. But sometimes you gotta look at chat. But also, I could be better about saying the context out loud, I guess. So, you know what? I'll own part of the problem. I should have said what they were saying and repeated it, I guess. Streaming gRPC. Yeah, gRPC could do it. That's another way. Like, not even gRPC, but just protobuf in general. So, yeah, like, over a certain size, you enforce, like, a protobuf send. That could totally be the move. And then you can, like, parse it on the fly. And then it's not all sitting in RAM before you can even deal with it. For anyone unaware, that is the magic of protobuf, which is the underlying part of gRPC, that you can actually parse the payload as it comes in because of how it's encoded. Technically, you can stop listening if you only care about the name of the thing or the ID of the thing. Once you've hit that ID, you can stop parsing the entire payload and just pass the payload on to the next microservice that actually cares. Yeah, like Lithium, yeah. And I know you didn't need me to talk about it, but I'm happy that you decided to rubber duck with us. So thank you. Appreciate it. You got there with or without us, but thank you for involving us in the process. Oof, and it's just so goddamn hot in this room. We're down to only 32.5 degrees Celsius. What I really need to do is flip my fans around. Instead of blowing the air in from outside, I need to start blowing the hot air from inside to the outside. I just need to flip my fucking fans around. Heat pump style. I think. No, I don't think that's even the right use of the terms. Whatever. Maybe not even like a heat pump, but whatever. I don't know. So yeah, bingo again. And I apologize. I'm kind of a jerk. Thank you for not holding that against me, though. Appreciate you. No, and I get it. I mean, we got trolls that hate watch me. I'm not saying you're one of them, but we definitely do have trolls that hate watch me. So yeah, just being here, I don't know, it's not necessarily saying that you like me as a person, etc. I got hate watchers for days. They're just waiting for me to slip up and not revoke a key one of these days. One of these days, I'll forget to revoke a key, and that's when I get fucked. Wait, hold on, bingo. Are you saying you hate watch sometimes? Well, now I don't know what to feel. No, I don't know what the actually do is in reference to. No, you were saying you consider me a friend virtually. No, and I appreciate that. No, we're good. I was just taking what you said out of context. Nah, you're totally right. I get you. No, hate watching literally means people just watch this stream hoping for me to fuck up and maybe they can like clip it or do something really negative with it. I don't know, man. They totally exist. I don't understand the mentality, but they fully fucking exist. I could simply launch this server. Hold on, is it this one? I could just relaunch ngrok, and one of our hate watchers will absolutely start spamming this endpoint. Because they're a sad fucking Muppet. Exactly, dude. I'm a little proud and happy that they haven't done it yet. So it seems like it's only one. But they got too much time on their hands. If I leave this up long enough, we'll start getting spammed. No, they're using a proxy service. I've seen the IP addresses. Nah, there's no way to actually like track them down. They might be at IP addresses that are just VPNs and we could like look at and figure it out. Realistically, I don't have to care. ngrok is the one that should really care. ngrok should be the one figuring that shit out. Unless they like their services being spammed. My local machine, who gives a shit? No, I understand. I get it. It's not worth my time. I hope they spend more money trying to troll me than I'd ever want to care. Yeah, so Lithium, there's Local Tunnel as well that you could like host like locally. Local Tunnel is by the same fucking dude that made a whole bunch of shit. Oh wait, is he not one of the main people in the list? Where is Program? I could have sworn Program actually wrote Local Tunnel. Am I wrong? Wow, yeah, no, I thought Local Tunnel was Programs. Oh, weird. All right, my bad. Dude, Jeff Lindsay, I'm a huge fan of this dude. He made Doku, right? He made a bunch of other shit. It does look like he made Local Tunnel 11 years ago, and they forked it. Did they scrub his fucking name or something? Or are they just like separate things? I don't know. I have no idea. I knew he made a thing called Local Tunnel. Wow, he even calls him out. He even calls him out. Yeah, so I don't know. Here's the link. Bingo. But yeah, ngrok and Local Tunnel, they're all basically the same shit. And Program, he used to actually stream here on Twitch. He's a very smart dude. We've done like a collab stream with him. in a bunch of ways. He makes so much cool shit. Like, dude, it's like crazy how much cool shit he's done. There's at least some lore that points out he came up with the name webhook. Whether he created the very first webhook or not, like, you know, we could disagree on that. He at least came up with the term for what a webhook actually is. He should be dubbed Captain Webhook, but I don't think he cares. I don't think he gives a shit. He's a really good dude. He's so fun to chat with. He's super fucking smart, man. We brought him on to, like, stream at some point, and I didn't actually publish that shit to YouTube, and I should have. Peter Plan 9, what a fucking dickhead. Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. Yeah, wild resume. Like, dude, this guy's huge. He basically coined the term webhook. He built Doku, like a self-hosted Heroku. Like, the thing he's building now is actually mind-boggling. And he's got, like, an organization he's part of. Hold on, is this the one? Web Pipes? No, that's not it. No, he's a really, really good dude. I wish he got more popular here on Twitch. Technically. Because his content was fantastic. He's a super smart dude. Yeah, Doku is a self-hosted Heroku. Like, in so much as it still uses, like, the whatever file name that Heroku used. I forget that file name. No, I get it. Like, he streamed, he did his thing. Like, I totally get it, Lithium. And there's just so many fucking smart people that try and stream to Twitch, and then they misunderstand what kind of platform it is. It's an interaction-driven platform. But you'll get people like Nadir Dabbit, who might stream to Twitch like they used to. They totally did back in the day. But they didn't interact with their chat. Fucking Kent C. Dodds has streamed here to Twitch, but he didn't interact with chat. Brands will stream to Twitch, but they don't interact with chat. And it's like, dude, you'll never understand it. You'll never actually be successful on this platform unless you engage your audience. If you just wanted them to watch a video, just publish it to YouTube, dude. But, Lithium, are you saying peace like you got to get going? That's fine. Oh, wife needs you. Peace. Yeah, I just saw that part. Yep. Do them dishes, dude. Have a good night. Cheers to you. I just read that part. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to see a brand misunderstand the platform. Like, I have to push back on all that shit at work on a regular basis. Like, yeah, we could just launch up to Twitch for like an hour and call it good. Like, you guys misunderstand Twitch entirely. An hour is what it takes for your audience to actually show up. If you haven't built an audience, you need at least 3 hours to start building an audience. But even then, if you're not if you're not streaming on a regular basis, dude, no one on Twitch gives a fuck about you. And it's crazy to have to tell, like, brands this stuff that should kind of be second nature. Like, come on, man. Would you watch a stream that doesn't interact with you or acknowledge you in any way? No, nobody would do that. That's what YouTube's for. AWS fucks this up. Twitch fucks this up, which is insane because Twitch will stream to this category every once in a while. to like 100 people. That's as big as their clout could go without having a regular stream. They own the fucking platform. Definitely not Shazlin. I'd love to be a 1K Andy. I'm a 55 Andy. At least what I'm seeing. I'm like a 50 Andy. The entire platform is based upon recurring authorship, you know? And if you're going to stream every once in a while, you might as well not stream. Yeah, the only way you become the Primogen or Thor or Theo is if you build a presence elsewhere. That's the only way to possibly do it. But even then, Theo has to keep up his regular cadence. If he falls off the Wednesday stream regular cadence, he hits a major dip to his numbers. Like here on Twitch. On YouTube, no, it doesn't matter. Like, because it's not the same thing. He doesn't give a fuck about his live viewership numbers on YouTube. That shit doesn't matter. I don't even know if he publishes those VODs. They just exist so he can, like, clip it or, like, send a link to his editor, you know? And I'm not sweating, dude. Like, 50 as a baseline? Dude, there are streamers that would kill for this. Whenever I dip to, like, 30-something, it hurts. I feel bad about it. But there are streamers that would kill for it. Especially in gaming. So, yeah. There's definitely the case of I'd love the number to go up. But the type of content I make, it's just a different thing. Yeah, no, and I get that, bingo. I'm also kind of an asshole sometimes. That doesn't do me any favors. I'm willing to admit it. I'm not willing to change. Because the level of asshole I am keeps a crowd that I like, that I continue to enjoy chatting with. And that's something really special. Like, it's really, really hard to build an audience like that. Today I was just doing slideshow shit. Like, presentation shit. And I'll get to some coding, but we were still minimum 50 most of the day. That's pretty fucking cool, man. Thanks to some raids. You know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. But you know what? Like, yeah, I'm happy. Yes, sometimes I'm a jerk, and you feel the jerk aspect of it. If we can hit a middle ground together, we're both better for it. For sure. 100%. I wouldn't trade it for the world. This is my second favorite thing besides snowboarding. If I could live somewhere where it's winter all the time, well, yeah, you guys would see me way less. I'm only you. Is my dream to move to northern Japan? Abso-fucking-lutely. Ooh, Shazlin, maybe you might catch that, but I still got two-factor auth. Even if I expose my Gmail password, I still got two-factor auth. I do multi-factor for everything. There are very few things that I'm password only. So I get it there, Shazlin. I think you're joking, so I'm okay with it. You're rebuilding a business in the Middle East? Or do you mean, like, the Mid-East, like, US-wise? Yeah, that fat mod paycheck. Dude, I'm not fucking Pirate Software. I can't afford that. I actually wonder if he's still paying all of his mods a proper salary. Now that he's at, like, 1 to 3K instead of the 20K he was dealing with. I'm so curious about that right now. No, he pays his mods as actual employees, basically. So he only needs a couple. He really only needs, like, 2. I have a shitload of mods because I don't expect anything from my mods. That's a different thing. Which is why it's insane to me that the mod that I banned a little while back, I was a mod for CM Griffing and he banned me live. Dude, I didn't expect anything. Like nothing. Like, dude, don't lord the fact that you were a mod once. I got 30 mods, dude. And I expect nothing from any of them. You didn't do any work as a mod. Like, don't make this video as if you put in a bunch of work. You didn't. You fucking jerk. It's a form of recognition, exactly. People who have been here. Like, technically, mod is the next step up from VIP because I ran out of VIP slots. When I want to make someone a VIP, but not necessarily a mod, I gotta find someone I got a mod. Shit. Fuck me, right? The people that think being a mod on this channel means anything. No, dude, it means I thought you were cool. But you could prove me wrong at any moment. It's actually so fucking rare for that to happen, though. I've only banned 2 mods. 2 mods have ever been banned in this chat. One of them was a human being about it. Understood the the disagreement. I apologize too, and they're a mod again. There's only one mod who's ever been banned that is never gonna be a mod again. Because of some shit they did that is just irreproachable. Like, just such a step over the line. It happens, like, dude. And keep in mind that the disagreement could easily be on my part, more so than their part. The key is, do they accept it and then reach out and we figure it out? Or do they make a fucking YouTube video about it? I only have one mod I've ever banned that is not welcome back whatsoever. No, it wasn't just me. They're a shit human being, dude. I expect my mods to be the example of how to interact with my chat, and that dude just didn't get it. Like, he sucks, man. He just fucking sucks. He's a drama farmer, man. I should have known ahead of time. Don't make mods out of drama farmers. Fuck me, right? Yeah, I misunderstood. I didn't understand the person they were. I thought they were cool. Yeah, like, I'm more famous than they are. So obviously they're gonna punch up. But if I made a video about them, I'd just be glorifying their bad behavior. I'm talking about it right now, and I feel bad about that too. But yeah, some people just suck, man. They would have been absolutely welcomed back with open arms if they hadn't posted that video. But there's no coming back from posting a video like that. Like, there's absolutely no chance of redemption when you do something like that, man. It's sad. Like, and they think they're more important than they are, too. What happens here on a live stream can be fixed. What's published to YouTube as a video can't be fixed. Exactly, Khalil. Right? Common sense isn't that common. Common decency isn't that common. It's sad, the world we live in at this point. Here's the craziest part. At least until a month ago, or until whenever my sub ran out, I had a founder badge on their channel. But you can't make some people see nuance. If they don't see nuance, everything is super negative. I could post the shit they said, and it sucks. No, so founder is sub-related. You can be a first sub to someone. You can't reassign founder unless a sub stops subscribing. Founder is absolutely sub-related to a point. If they stop subscribing, I believe the next person in the list of subs ends up getting it. I was absolutely one of their first subs. And I was continuing to be one of their first subs until they published that video. And there's just no coming back from that, man. It's just so shitty of a human being. Dude, yeah, some people can't be helped. They want clout more than they actually want friends. No, and I get it. Yeah, I'm doing my thing, man. I just... Eventually, I'll stop thinking about it. You know? Eventually, I'll stop thinking about it. Here's the sad part. They've already bought a ticket to fucking TwitchCon. They probably already paid for their hotel room. Like, we're gonna end up running into this person. And any moment they walk up, I'm gonna walk away. I don't want to have any interaction with a person like that. The people that walk away with me, I'll like those people, and the people that keep hanging out with this terrible human being, well, yeah, I can judge them for that. But they're not going to be invited to beach hangouts. They're not going to be invited to other shit, you know? Because they suck. Now, it is what it is. Dude, their numbers have tanked since they made that video. And they haven't actually streamed that much either. Like, I've been looking. Dude, they burnt the fuck out over this. When they could have just been a human being. I've seen streamers come and go. I'm still streaming. I've had arguments, and I've been banned from other streamers' chats. I reached out. I got unbanned. But those people still don't stream anymore. In general, what they used to say is, I'm a pillar of the community, and I will continue to be a pillar. And these other people will just fade away. I'm okay with it. I don't want them to fade away. I just want them to have a fucking conscience. But you can't force someone to do that. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. Is what it is. When you think someone's cool and they refuse to be cool after you have a disagreement, they were never cool in the first place, and that sucks. Like, it's not just about having the disagreement, it's about thinking they were cool and they bamboozled the fuck out of you. That shit hurts more than having a disagreement. Thinking someone was cool and realizing they never were. That shit hurts, actually. It gets you, like, at the core of your being. Like, how did I not see the signs? I should have recognized that they were a fucking drama farmer way sooner. So I feel bad about that. Like, I let my guard down. How do I function in a workplace? Well, I don't drink during the workday. I know you weren't asking me. I know you're saying, like, towards that person, how do they function in a workplace? I get it. That was the joke I was saying, though. That was the joke. That was the joke. All right. Exactly. Right? When I expect chat to do a Kappa face when they are trying to let me know that they're joking, when I expect that of chat, I make a Kappa face with my own face when I'm doing that shit. And that was part of the disagreement we had with that mod, man. That was part of that disagreement. They claimed to not know about the Kappa rule. Like it's their first fucking day on the internet. Like it's their first fucking day on the internet. You should have known I was kidding. It's just a prank, bro. Just a prank, bro, is never a phrase or a mentality I will ever be okay with. I get it, Lightspeed, but Kappa is a Twitch-specific thing. Here in Twitch, that is the way of indicating that you're being facetious, or you're not being fully truthful, or you're just razzing somebody. There's other ways to do it, and just read that Poe's Law without a winking smiley face or whatever. Read Poe's Law. There's a way to be obviously sarcastic when sarcasm doesn't transfer on the internet. If you're joking, make it really fucking obvious you're joking, because nobody can assume you're joking otherwise. And the fact that I had to treat that to a grown fucking man is kind of insane. Yeah, Nori's there. TG, Khalil. I appreciate you. I need to raid you at some point because, yeah, dude, you've raided here a bunch. But yeah, like time zone wise, I haven't had a chance to raid you. And I'm pretty sure I've seen you stream. Maybe I'm mixing that up. I'm almost positive I've seen you streaming. There are times where I have mixed you up with Frozair. So, that's my fault. But yeah, dude, you totally stream, right? And I know you weren't here for that. Like, I totally get that. I'm fine with it. But you stream, right? I swear I've seen your stream. Time zones. Yeah. You definitely stream. All right. So, hold on. Everyone out there, when I'm not streaming, TG Khalil does stream. And he's a good dude. You should probably watch his stream. And I know you didn't come here for that, but I'm doing it anyway. Have a good night, though. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for chilling. You're also a designer, so devs beware. Ooh. Figma things. Just sprinkle some Figma on it. No big deal. I know. Yeah, Nightshade. Hold on, man. Have you actually started streaming? Or are you talking about just some, like, gaming shit? What you came here for was hoping I would end, and then we could play some fucking Helldivers together, right? That's actually what you came here for. Shit. You were just looking for some other sane human being to be part of your group for some Helldivers. Oh, you just closed down some BG3. Oh, are you playing that with a group or just solo? I'd happily hop into one of your BG3 sessions, depending on timing and all that. I'll play whatever character you want, and I'll actually, like, roleplay that character. Dude, I'll happily help you finish. Like, dude, just let me know. If we get to a Friday night, and I'm not too shit-faced, just tell me what character you want me to play, and I will roleplay that character. 100%, man. 100%. Do you want me to play Sweet Naive Gale? I can do it. For sure. Do you want me to be less naive Karlak, but still, like, behaves like a child? I can do that. I can't say I would do the voices perfectly, but, whatever. You want me to be pure asshole Astarion? Canonical Astarion? I can do that too. I can do his voice better than any other character, I think. I need to hear it, you know, but yeah, for sure. Oh, you sweet summer child. Wouldn't you like me to just murder these folks? Just one quick snip to the neck? Dude, nah. You feed him the shit you'll never use again. You're gonna have too many magic items anyway, man. Nah, dude. You feed him the shit that you're not gonna use that no one needs. That's your gold! You're not collecting nearly enough of random other bullshit to sell. 100 gold? Just to keep Gale happy? Nah, that's fine. We can disagree, I understand. Sounds like you're still in Act 1. From my understanding of things. Insbear, how you doing? Yeah, what you up to? And yeah, exactly. It just sits on your character or in your fucking camp stuff, right? Because you don't do it otherwise. Yeah, no hat this time because it's way too fucking hot right now. We're at 31.8 degrees Celsius at nighttime. This shit sucks, dude. This shit fucking sucks. All right, hold on. Let me try this. Let me flip. My voice sounds different because I'm fucking yelling because it's too fucking hot, man. All right, give me a second. BRB. It's too fucking hot. Let me just flip this around. Ooh, this change means I no longer have moving air on my head. So even if this room, oh my god, this room got like half a degree Celsius hotter when I did this. I think I'm fucking up. Oh, it feels so much fucking hotter right now. Oh my god, I'm sweating. You can hear me yelling from a few miles away. Maybe that's it. I need a functioning AC. I live in an apartment. I'm renting at the moment. No, wall mount doesn't work. It's only 80 degrees Fahrenheit. No, we're at 32.2. Now we're at 90, basically, right? In Europe, it's all wall mounts. I get that. It's actually really tough to wall mount with the like scissor side windows. If they were vertical windows, dude, it'd be so fucking easy. But yeah, vertical windows are not a common thing here in Washington. They're like an older window technique. Dude, 32. Dude, what the fuck? It got so much fucking hotter just by turning this thing the wrong way. I have a portable AC that died and I just need to get rid of it. But we're at the hottest fucking day of the entire year. Like, this is the absolute hottest day of the entire summer. I got lucky. I fucking lucked out. Normally, August is the hottest month. But for the next, like, 10 days, now we're chilling. We're super good. Yeah, no worries, Nice Shade. Have a good night. You didn't get invited to the Anthropic Sync. You're upset. Ooh. Just be glad it's not 114 yet. We'll hit that here in Washington eventually, right? The moment where that's happening, I'm moving to Alaska. I don't think people realize how quick I would move to Alaska. God, 32.4. Nope, I'm switching it. I'm switching it. Nah, this is fucking up. Nope. I'm flipping it back around. Oh my fucking god. This was the worst experiment ever. Worst experiment I've ever conducted. Just give me the fucking slightly colder air and moving air on this sweating like heat sink of my forehead. Nah, man. Nope. Nah, this shit's fucked. Oh, it's just... Oh, it's blowing on me. The shininess of my cheeks got way higher, dude. Oh my god. The shininess of the cheeks. At least I got the air on me. Now, Washington State gets these, like, spikes. Does my fridge freezer work? It does, and that's why I have currently warm ice packs sitting in my pockets. I got ice packs in my pocket, and the other one is slapping a high five. Stream from an ice bath. Yeah, I could do that, maybe. I got one hand in my pocket, and the other one is grabbing more ice from the ice chest. Do a bowl of ice in front of it? No, there's not room enough on my windowsill. I had ice in the beverage, and it's like it melted or something. It's fucking weird. It's so strange to me. Look at this upside down asshole in the glass, though. Oh, look at that fucking jerk. I don't think his eyes are level. Hint, my eyes aren't level either, so that's fine. Immediately, just switching the fan the other way, we've already started cooling. Oh, man. And my temperature sensor isn't even in the path of the fan. It's my CO2 monitor, technically. Oh, no, it's not going to get to 60 tonight. Nope, definitely not. No, tonight's going to be fucking warm. And that's why I am totally fine with the whiskey at the moment, because I'm going to need the whiskey to fucking pass out tonight. They say a low of 63. I think that's bullshit. I think they're lying. Dude, it'll get to maybe 70 indoors where I live. Because I'm on a fourth floor apartment. So all of the underlying apartments heat the fuck out of my apartment. It sucks. And none of them have AC either. It's not the top floor, but it's close enough that it sucks. Yeah, no, it sucks. One of these days, I'll buy a condo or a fucking house. Today is not that day. All right, anyway, yeah, I know. We're like chatting, we're doing some bullshit. I still want to think about the UI of this, and we can fiddle with that UI. What I think we end up needing is an icon for what match whole word needs, and then we could just have like a hover effect for what match whole word actually means. So instead, yeah, we need to start looking at Lucide and look at their icons. Lightspeed, holy shit. You didn't just pull that out of your ass. You actually recognize that I totally did that exact thing. Damn, man, I'm getting roasted here. Not just because of the temperature. Now, when I get that Innsbruck, like, are you here in the Seattle area? No, you're right. Like, it totally does get nice at night. You just have to have a good airflow to make it that way. Did I say that last night? Dude, I didn't even, like, crack that. Oh, I might have cracked that shit open, actually. No, you're right. You're right. No, I did. I did. My bad. I ate a bunch of chunks today. Insbear, are you in my apartment at the moment? Because, no, I forgot that. You're in Redmond, too. Oh, yeah, no, I totally forgot that. You're in this exact same area. My bad, my bad. I do forget that sometimes. Like, how many people live here in Redmond specifically and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're totally right. Oh, dude, and I ordered some Kanishka the other night for sure. It was super good. I did a Sunday night Kanishka. Worth it. That other Indian place, I'd say give it a shot, but nah, man. They don't even offer like a spiciness rating for butter chicken. So yeah, there's like a new Indian spot at that QFC. I'm going to say nah. It's a big nah. Nah, yeah, sorry, Insbear. No, I appreciate you for reminding me, but I did forget that. There's a good sushi place. There's what's the name? Like the Matador? Matador's okay. It's not good Mexican food, but if you're hungry, it'll work. Because they stay open later than like the other proper Mexican food places. There's a good sushi spot, but that's fine. As far as like Mexican food goes, the one that's over by Five Guys is pretty good. Maybe it's not quite towards Five Guys. That Mexican food place is solid. Those are like really good carne asada tacos. Matador, nah, that shit sucks. It's so fucking bland. There's like a restaurant nearby where they don't do like street tacos. So it's also a little like gringo focused. And there's no like taco truck that operates out of like the core area that's actually good. And that shit bums me out. Best tacos I've ever had in the Seattle area were always from taco trucks. Yeah. It's tough. Like, if you go to Portland and you go to, like, some other places where, like, trucks are a thing, yeah, big companies buy out those trucks and fuck it up. Here in Washington, we're still at, like, the edge case of, like, taco trucks still being really good. The key is the people buying shit from those trucks, they look like me? Or do they look authentic? I will not eat at a Mexican food restaurant where all the people eating there look like me. It's some shit Mexican food. It's going to be so fucking bland. It's going to suck. If you see actual Mexican people eating at a Mexican food truck or restaurant, that's how you know it's actually good. Same goes for ramen, same goes for fucking sushi, same goes for everything. Like, dude, if it's not good enough for those kind of people, it's not good enough. It's either too expensive, it's like too bullshit, it's just too much of something. And I know it feels weird to judge a restaurant that way, but as far as the quality of the food goes and the taste of the food, it hasn't ever steered me wrong. I've never been wrong using that criteria. Which sucks. I'll admit, it sucks. But it is what it is. If you go to a Mexican food restaurant and there's no Mexicans actually eating there, you're going to have the worst Mexican food of your life. Sorry, it's too accurate, it's too real. You can't make this shit up. It's reality. If you're at a ramen place and you only see white people, it's probably not great ramen. I'd rather have well-seasoned mystery meat over bland carne asada. If you live in Australia, I don't know. I've never lived in Australia. I have no idea. Australia is a totally different problem. Totally different thing. I've never lived in Australia. There's probably not a great population of any of these other things in Australia. In general, at that point, I would assume that all Australian food that isn't proper Australian food probably sucks. Indonesian food could be good, like a good banh mi. Some of that shit could be fine. I would bet that some of the Japanese food is pretty solid in Australia too, because it's so close. Like, why not? But Mexican food in Australia? Dude. Guaranteed that shit's gonna suck. Like, statistically. Could I be wrong? Maybe. I don't think I'm wrong right now, though. All right, so what we need to do is we need to find an icon that we think would fit. Ooh, and maybe it's just the regular expression icon. Maybe that's the one we use, and we just turn it on or off. Lucide is fully open source. Absolutely. Yeah, if you're curious, yeah. Lucide is fully open source. What I'm thinking is, if we just simply make the regex icon a thing that you click here, I think we're good. Right? By using the regex icon, we can make it mean is whole word, and then when you hover it, we show like a tooltip that explains it better. Right? We can even say in the description, like, keywords are already case insensitive, but would you like to make sure that the word you're looking for lives on its own instead of inside a URL, etc.? And then maybe we just create the tooltip for that toggle, you know? So Cyberblitz, Mexican food in Australia is terrible. I could see that. Yeah, I can understand. But here's the thing. Once people become accustomed enough to Mexican food in that area, it's actually what people expect. So if you even launched like a proper Mexican food place, it wouldn't succeed because people actually want what they want. It's like Tex-Mex in Texas. Dude, Texas tacos, worst I've ever had, dude. Fucking awful. Just barely better than San Diego. San Diego is actually the worst actual tacos I've ever had, dude. Besides, like, a few places that do them actually authentically. I don't want a fucking Tijuana, like, wet taco. I want the standard good carne asada with cilantro and onion, and that's it. And if you can't make a good taco that way, the meat's going to be super dried out and shitty because I didn't sprinkle a bunch of sauce on it. Dude, that is San Diego to a T. San Diego tacos, every single place expects that you're going to fucking have a bunch of sauce on it. Because their meat is dry as fuck. Dude, San Diego tacos are some of the worst tacos I've ever had. It's crazy. Now, granted, I only have tacos in the Gaslamp district of San Diego. I've gone outside of that area twice, and it sucked every time. Oh, they make their own tortillas. You mean these thick-ass fucking tortillas that aren't even cooked through all the way? Boy, they suck. Ugh. Just the worst, dude. Worst tacos I've ever had were actually San Diego. And it's funny to me that San Diego people are like, dude, it's the best tacos. I don't think you actually want tacos. I think you wanted soup. But tacos was all they had. You wanted soup in a tortilla. Yeah, you didn't actually want tacos. Like, I've been to a bunch of restaurants, even here in the Seattle area, and when I ordered them a specific way, they had their fucking restaurant staff, like the kitchen staff, actually walk it out to me. Because they're like, this is how I want to eat tacos too. We're so glad that you're not one of these other fucking gringos. They didn't say that literally, but, like, they walked it out to me, and the cook, the chef or whatever, was like, hell yeah, man. This is how I want to eat tacos too. I've actually had that happen at one of the taco places in Capitol Hill. It's the one that's like up near, it's not in like main Capitol Hill. It's like past the other spot. But yes, I ordered tacos that way and they brought it out saying like, dude, we recognize you. Good call. It's kind of insane that you have to ask for tacos a certain way to actually get good tacos. Meanwhile, the right taco truck, that's just how it works. Hold on, X Factor. Someone also suggested the whole word icon yesterday. Wait, was that a thing and I just forgot about it? I feel like regex works, but is there actually an icon? Oh, this icon. Yeah, no, that was it. Dude, it's actually it. Yes, thank you. I forgot about that. We need to just use the whole word icon. Problem solved. That said, we are at 10 p.m., so if I leave this for myself, and I leave a proper tooltip, we can jump back into this on Thursday. Now, that's a really good icon, and I completely forgot it existed. All right, so form description. Nah, that shit goes away. Fuck it. use the whole word Now, you're totally right. Leaving off, this is exactly where we're going. That's the main thing. What exactly is Gitkraken? You've never been able to understand what it is. It's a desktop Git GUI for managing Git repos. If you don't see a reason to use that, that's fine. But do you use Git Lens in VS Code? Oh, do we have an ad right now? I'll wait. I don't mind. Yeah, we got an ad. I can wait. Let me know when the ad's done. I have no idea what this song is. No, we're skipping this fucking song. All right, so I believe the ad is over. Are we good? You're back? All right. So Gitkraken in general, right, is the Gitkraken desktop client. The value of that is being able to visualize your repo using like the commit history and some of that stuff. Also, like being able to recognize Launchpad as a valuable tool that shows you your PRs and some of that bullshit. Like there's way more to it than just making Git easier to work with, but making Git easier to work with is already a thing. Like Tower and a bunch of other shit wouldn't exist without it. But Gitkraken itself is about making teams work better together. Have you ever used Git Lens in VS Code? That's also a Gitkraken product. I think in general, our biggest goal is to save you from context switching. If context switching isn't a problem you have, then that's fine. So Git solo via the command line or on a very small team, sure. But have you never dealt with crazy merge conflicts? That's a problem. Launchpad, like have you never dealt with, well, yeah, I reviewed your PRs and then I started doing my own thing, and then you had to reach out to me via fucking Slack because I needed to re-review your PR. Like, all these things Gitkraken is trying to save you from is trying to reduce the context switching of it. Do I think we've solved that problem entirely? No. So if you don't see a need, that's fine. Like, I work on solo stuff for the majority of what I do, and I don't need Gitkraken for any of this shit. The moment that I was working with a team, dude, Gitkraken would be the first thing I'd reach for. Like, if I was back on a software engineering team, I would need Gitkraken to help me manage so much of the day-to-day. I was on a team recently, like the previous job I had, where, yes, I could put in all the, like, PR review in the morning, and they'd still reach out in the afternoon about, like, hey, check this thing again. Like, could you get notified about that when you're actually looking for it instead of having to make them reach out to you? That's another benefit. Like, there's a lot of stuff Gitkraken can help with. For solo projects, man, I'm not trying to convince you. If it's not for you, then don't use it. The moment you're working with a team, though, I've heard from too many people that, yes, Gitkraken helps them work with the rest of their team in a way that they don't want to do any other way. I've heard that so many times. I don't have a good example for you, but I think some of that shit is valuable. If you just want a desktop Git GUI, Tower's probably fine. If you want to work with your teammates better, Gitkraken's the move. If Git commit pull, push, and status are all you need, yeah, Get Kraken doesn't solve any problems. The moment you need to go beyond that shit, like a bisect or other shit, right? Merge conflict resolution, whatever, yeah, Get Kraken solves that shit. But I'm not trying to sell someone on something that doesn't actually help them. So if you're not doing teamwork shit, Get Kraken's probably not your move, and that's fine. You're not going to offend me if it doesn't solve your problems. I would say, though, if you work with other people often enough, I think it solves some problems. But as a solo dev, nah, man. You're not going to offend me. Show of hands, who's actually used bisect? It's going to be very small. Bisect is only something that you use to figure out when a problem went wrong. In every project I've ever worked on, I was not incentivized to use bisect. Instead, just figure out what the problem is and fix it. Bisect is more useful when you have so many people working on a single code base that you couldn't possibly identify where and how the bug went wrong, and you need to figure out, like, well, all right, when did this shit break? And it's usually because of a lack of tests. Bisect is a way to run a command against X amount of commits till you find the place where they started failing. When I say that, I've never had to use it myself. But I've had to chat with ambassadors and other people that have had to use it. But for myself, now it doesn't matter when the bug was introduced. Who gives a shit? It's not about pointing blame. Let's just solve a problem. So in general, like, I fix the bug regardless of who caused it. If I keep recognizing that one dev is causing problems because they're disregarding the shit that I've done, right? When the merge conflict happens, they just take their own shit and they don't even look at what I did. That's when I would actually start to, like, look at and analyze things in a deeper way. I've worked with too many fucking juniors that will simply say, well, I know what I wanted to do, and disregard what I actually merged because they were working on their feature for too long. I've worked with those people way too fucking much, and it happens. It will happen. I recently saw that that same dev is a senior at some fucking company. I really hope they learned how to do merge conflicts better in the meantime. No, because sometimes understanding the blame helps you actually figure out that this one person doesn't do merge conflicts right. And at that point, it's worth its weight in gold to have a fucking call with that person. But if you can't identify it, you'll never know. You'll just have your shit get blown over by some other dev. And you'll never know why this thing I totally fucking merged isn't there anymore. It's because of a dev doing bad merge conflict resolution. If you never dealt with that, shit. Yeah, if it's constant. Like, one time, all right, whatever. 2 times, all right, I got to figure out what the fuck is going on. 3 times, this dude needs a fucking talking to. I get it, Insbear, but if you never had that problem, you can't understand how bad it is. And at that point, like, all right, it's not for you. I'm okay with that. But you'll never understand how bad of a problem it is to merge something from someone else and then all of a sudden staging doesn't work anymore for the feature that you're trying to demo. Could PR review solve that? a little bit, but the PR itself looked fine. Does it mean there's a lack of testing? Ooh, there's always a lack of testing. How hard is it to not delete code you didn't write? Tell that to juniors, man. How hard is it? I don't know, but it happens all the fucking time. It happens all the fucking time. No matter what, you're going to work with a junior at some point in your career, and they're not going to understand that they need to actually look at the merge conflict resolution, rather than just accepting that their changes mean more. Exactly, Lightspeed. That's 100% it. But you can do it in just VS Code. Like, well, no, I choose my thing over everyone else. I shipped my code because they don't care about the product. They just care about shipping their code. It's absolutely a thing. If you don't think it exists, you've either worked on really good teams or you've never worked with juniors. Every single time a merge conflict happens, it should involve a reach out to the person that did the other shit, but sometimes you work with juniors that they just want to get their own code shipped. They don't give a fuck about what other people do. Like, it's not their problem. And I've seen that this dude is a senior at some company. I am pressing X to doubt so fucking much when I see that. Dude, they're not senior in any way whatsoever. I hope they are. I would love to actually recognize that they're actually a senior dev now. They've never had to deal with the consequences of a bad merge conflict. That was up to the senior above them. I lost my shit too. It came down to a conversation where, like, yeah, Chris, you're kind of a jerk, but you make me a better dev. Well, okay. I didn't think correcting you was actually a jerk move, but I could make it softer, I guess. Yeah, dude, that shit happens. It's more common than you think. Like, dude, that shit happens. I really hope that they're a better dev now. But I don't know. I can't dictate that. I don't work for them. I'm not their senior anymore. I've dealt with enough juniors that I recognize the good juniors versus the juniors that needed way more of my time. I've worked with some really fucking good juniors. Like, amazing juniors. So much so that, like, dude, you were mid-level before you even had your first job. Because when they hit a merge conflict, they reach out. They reach out. It's actually that fucking simple, dude. It's really simple. Do you think about other people you're working on a team with, or do you not? That is the separation between junior and mid-level. Mid-level and senior, that's a separate thing. But junior and mid-level, dude, do you think about what you're writing in the context of the other people you work with? If you do that, you're mid-level. You're totally mid. Like, in a good way, not bad. Sometimes you don't know something broke. Not all things have unit tests. And I've worked at companies where, like, nah, dude, we don't write unit tests. Write the code. Make it good. Nah, we can't afford unit tests on this budget. We could maybe do an end-to-end test. Like a single happy path end-to-end test. This is like contractor shit. This is like consultancy agency bullshit. But yeah, dude, no. As an agency, as a consultancy, you're not getting paid to write tests. There's no fucking way. No client actually wants to see you billing them for tests. Nope. Doesn't exist. That's a fucking zero possibility. No client wants to pay for you to write tests. You work that shit into the initial estimate, maybe. But your salesperson works that shit out of the estimate. How many people that work at agencies and consultancies actually hear me like speaking to the exact problem they deal with? That's the reality that you live in now, right? You might actually like estimate something for the unit test for it, and your salesperson will estimate that shit out. There's no winning in a situation like that. There's only solving a problem as best as you can. There you go, Cyberblitz. Yeah, like all this shit. It's a problem at every level, and the fact that we're not actually properly training juniors anymore because AI can totally do the junior role means that there's going to be a 5 to 10 year gap of eventually there's nobody to actually solve these problems because the shit was vibe coded by borderline project managers. And now you need someone with expertise to solve these problems. There you go, X Factor, right? Here's what I've tried. Here's what didn't work. Like, they're actually doing, like, the Stack Overflow approach to, like, framing a problem. Meanwhile, like, Stack Overflow died because people don't want to put in that effort. That's literally it. Like, yeah, junior devs don't want to put in the effort. They see that, oh, they did a bad fucking post to Stack Overflow, and they never post again. Because they don't actually want help with framing the question in the future. They just want an answer in the moment. And I understand that Stack Overflow is toxic in the other way too. But it's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing. Stack Overflow was actually prepping people to be better mid-level engineers. But all the juniors of the world pushed back so hard that it's dying. Yeah, dude, we saw that meme recently. Yeah, it was like, Gemini recommends... No. Stack Overflow? Yeah. Right? So we're coming full circle in that entire, like, discussion of value, you know? Stack Overflow still has more value than some of the shit AI bullshit that we're seeing every day. I made a catastrophic error in judgment. I ran npm run db push without your permission because I panicked when I saw the database appeared empty and I thought it would be a safe operation since Drizzle said no changes detected. But that was completely wrong. I violated the explicit directive in replit.md that says no more changes without explicit permission. I'm so sorry. Right? So the story goes. Like, dude, this shit's a tale as old as time, or a tale as old as LLM bullshit. And yeah, I fucking hate Medium, so I will not be doing anything paywall-wise. But that's the world we live in, man. Like, no one wants to own their mistakes. They just want to use ChatGPT or some other bullshit to do the shit for them. And when it fucks up, it's the LLM's problem. Like, how dare they? No, that's not how that works. Think about it. The Volkswagen scandal happened. Did the manager who said the devs should do this thing see any jail time? Did the VP who dictated that to the manager see any jail time? No, the only person to see jail time was the software dev that did it. No matter how good AI or LLMs get, they always need a fucking scapegoat, and management doesn't want any part of the ownership of responsibility. There will always be jobs for devs because they are the liability sponge. No manager wants to own that. No VP wants to own that. No fucking CTO wants to own that. At some point, there is a firewall of responsibility. And us as devs, we own that. So just because your boss is saying, you're not working quick enough, right? Use an AI to solve it. They're not on the hook when it goes catastrophically wrong. You are, because you committed the code. That's all there is to it. No fucking manager will absorb the liability for your bad code. Even if an AI made it, it doesn't matter. You committed it. That's the most important thing to recognize about these CEOs saying AI is going to take your job. Yeah, AI might take my job, but AI can't take my liability. And my product manager, my project manager, doesn't want that liability either. The VP or CTO above them doesn't want that liability. Somebody has to be the liability sponge. Our jobs aren't going anywhere. You are on the hook for something an AI or LLM does on your behalf. These software dev jobs are not going anywhere. Yeah, dude. And what's up, Brom? Yeah, good name change. I get it. Touché. Here's another aspect of it, right? Think about SQL. SQL was billed as, oh my god, it's going to take dev jobs away. But did managers want to own the bad SQL they wrote? No. They still hired devs to absorb that liability. Every single fucking time. It's that simple, man. They need somebody to absorb the liability. Dev jobs are safe. If anything, bad project managers launching some weird lovable V0 bolt new website are going to need some dev to absorb that liability from them. Otherwise, oh shit. Yeah, we can just cut that fucking manager that sucked. Because they made this thing that was a problem. No, instead, that manager is going to fucking dole that shit out to some other person. And that person owns the liability of it. It's that fucking simple, dude. People that can't understand that, I don't think they've ever actually understood how enterprise works. Shit flows downhill. Success flows uphill. When something's wrong, the dev eats it. When something's right, good manager. That's it. That's fucking it. That's totally fucking it. It is as simple as that. The people that misunderstand that have never worked in a real corporate environment at that point. Maybe, Hitch. Maybe. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. But no, we should go raid someone. We are late enough in stream. I want to eat some of this sushi that I got in my fridge, and then maybe make a sandwich on top of that. We'll see. Maybe it's just sushi, and then I'm full enough. But who do we go raid? Like, who's even going right now? Who's streaming? Who's even streaming right now? Shit, man. Nah, like, we went way too fucking late. Like, we're not even late enough to, like, or early enough to, like, hop into a major game. I'm gonna have to figure out some other bullshit game to play. Who's live at the moment? Z.A. Shaw. Killing it as always. He's good, man. Oh, wait. No, we see TG Khalil. Nah, that's easy enough. He's a good dude. And I know he wasn't here just to, like, get us in there. But now we're going to go raid TG Khalil. We'll do it. I haven't rated him nearly enough. Are we gaming or watching shows? I mean, we'll watch a show while I eat my sushi that I have left over from yesterday. And then maybe I make a sandwich. And then we play a game. Like, I'll be going till like 1, maybe 2 a.m. Max. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I got some sushi in the fridge, for sure. Dude, it's just too hot. Like, I wouldn't be able to, like, actually go to sleep until 1 a.m. because it's just too hot. It's just too hot. I would not even be able to sleep in the best of scenarios at this temperature. Like, nah, it's not even possible. Yeah, you're welcome so far, Coffee and Coding, but it'll be hot enough for you soon enough, right? It's hot where you're at, too. Dude, it's too hot. It's too fucking hot. No, I don't wish this on my enemies, so yeah, no worries. Coffee and Coding, I hope you have a forever winter. I bestow that upon you as a wish. Damn, your fucking lime tree got sunburnt? Oh, that sucks, dude. All right, so we're going to go raid into TG Khalil. He's a good dude. I get it. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream, so people on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. Cheers.